been getting tired of waiting patiently for your return, operator.
Greetings, fellow Insomniacs, and welcome to Insomniac Gaming Theater. I'm your host, the Crazy Player. Welcome to all of the new people who are watching Warframe for the first time because, well, Fortuna launched earlier this week, and it has been crazy and all over the place. So, this is our daily login. For those who are very new to the game, every time you log in, you will get some sort of reward. Ours happens to be 50% off our next platinum purchase, which actually doesn't help us that much for two reasons. One, I am doing this particular playthrough without spending any cash on it to prove that it can be done. And two, I won 1,000 platinum in a community giveaway not too terribly long ago. So I actually don't need any platinum right now. As the title suggests, we're actually going to talk about how one should spend one's platinum when one first gets into Warframe. So we're simply going to log in. Oh yes, I forgot about that. We need to do that. Also,
I have not read them.
For anybody who is looking for those sweet, sweet Twitch drops, I am saddened to inform you that I am not a Warframe partner. So if you are looking for sweet Twitch drops, you should be watching somebody else's channel. Or preferably, if your internet connection will handle it, watching another channel and watching this one at the same time. But I understand that may not be possible for everyone. So if you can't do both, then I will totally understand if you decide that you are going to go watch somebody from whom you can get those sweet, sweet Twitch drops. I, in fact, have a couple of tabs open myself in order to get them. Sadly, for the most part, we have gotten... yeah. These are the Twitch drops we have gotten so far. I've gotten quite a lot of them. We have gotten mostly credit caches, a few display glyphs, some fireworks, and a couple of relics. 19 extract wasn't too bad. But for the most part, our Twitch drops have not been fantastic. However, since this account is relatively young and could use the money, I'm not going to be too saddened by our
I run diagnostic regressions. All systems nominal. You don't need to thank me.
our relative lack of any sort of, say, Warframe drops. Also, since this is going through the 15th and it is only the 10th, we still have plenty of time. Give me just a moment. I need to fix something. See if that'll work. Seems to. Alright. And, alright. So, the very, very first thing that we are going to do with our brand new, with where we are in things, is we have a master rank test to do. Now, previously, in the last couple of episodes of Insomniac Gaming Theater, I've done the master rank test off stream because I had some items that I wanted to build before we actually started streaming again. But in this case, we don't have that because the only really notable Master Rank 6 item that I would want to get and build is the Rubico, which is an excellent sniper rifle, and likely to be your first sniper rifle if you are brand new to Warframe. This will probably be the first sniper rifle that you are going to build, and it's quite good. It really is. However, for those who have been watching the series for a while, you might be aware that we were given, because we have Twitch Prime, we were given a Vectis Prime, which renders the Rubico completely redundant. However, if you are a brand new player and you do not have Twitch Prime and cannot get that sweet Twitch drop, or you're watching this after that sweet Twitch drop has passed, then by all means get yourself the blueprint for the Rubico. Go and build one, because it is an excellent weapon. We, however, are going to go and practice the MR6 test a couple of times. I think chances are that we're going to be okay. Fast travel, stuff once Morris. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Time to test your marksmanship. Track and shoot all targets.
I don't recall this test being particularly hard, so let's see here. Accuracy is more important than speed, so and if your view is at rest, it will pull you over to view the first target. Well, that was easy enough.
A formidable performance. This test is now complete. Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Excuse me. Alright, so let's do it for real. Since that seemed easy enough. Ooh, we get a new loadout slot. That's good.
Time to test your marksmanship. Track and shoot all targets.
I don't know if the pattern is exactly the same every time, but it's not particularly difficult. Alright, there we go.
A formidable performance. This test is now complete. Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Alright, so we are now MR6. And I do want to point out something. Oh yes, it's taking us back to the relay. Okay, so we're going to leave the relay. Now, we have a couple of advantages on this account because we have gotten some stuff from... We've been given some stuff for free from Digital Extremes, but when I say we've been given some stuff for free from Digital Extremes, I mean these were things that everybody had access to. Okay? So, we got a couple of weapons for being Twitch Prime members. And we got a free Warframe for being a Twitch Prime member. But we also, we built and worked through, we built ourselves a Zaw, we worked through mostly weapons that cost credits to build, with a couple of exceptions. And we worked through just a couple of Warframes, and we are already Master Rank 6. So, and I want to point out that about Master Rank 14, you'll have access to everything in the game. So we're already pretty far into all of the possibilities. And we're not even done grinding through all of the frames, or all of the weapons that just cost credits to buy. We still have... I went and I picked up the bow staff. I went and I picked up the Aclato. Terrible weapons. Don't use these unless you're grinding. And the Mark 1 Paris, which is actually a pretty good starting weapon if you're good at landing headshots. I'm not, so I didn't take it as my starting weapon, but this is a perfectly fine starting weapon. Now,
If I may say, operator, your chosen Warframe suits you. Ha.
Yes, thank you, Wardus. We're going to pet our pup. So, a couple of things I want to talk about. If you are a brand new player, or even if you are already been at it for a while, and you want to, and you are just starting. There is a code that is going around. Let me double check the code because I have the place to find it open here. Let's see here. Alright. So, the first code, which is for a cache of goodies, it will give you 3 Forma, 5 Field Run, an Orokin Catalyst, an Orokin Reactor, 3 Nitane, 100 Ducats, and we'll talk about Ducats in a moment, and 5 Orokin Cells, which are crafting materials. And the code is, and it's all in caps and all one word, they're all like this. It would be ears, oh, hang on a second, let me, ears on. So if you go and you put this code in, you will get all of the items I mentioned previously. Now if you're on PC, you can use the code Terminal Big Flip, and you will get a nice cosmetic for a K-Drive. And what's a K-Drive? Basically, it's a hoverboard. Now the reason I'm not going to actually enter this code right now, is because I've already entered it, and they already gave me the spiffy goodness. So if I try and enter it a second time, it's going to say you can't do that. Oh yes, we have new mail. Let's see, what all did we get? More credits. Yay. I do have to admit, since when I started, I was at like 150,000 credits, and now we're at 350,000 credits. I mean, really, it does add up, and especially if you're brand new to Warframe, if you are just starting, you know, there are worse things to have than a pile of credits. Because believe you and me, when you are doing the grinding necessary to build mastery rank, you will go through credits really, really fast. So, speaking of the marketplace, though, I want to have a talk with you guys about how to spend 1,000 platinum. And the reason I say this is because I have 1,000 platinum, but also because when I first started playing Warframe, when I began again about 6 months ago, as you saw with our login, we got a 50% off platinum from the store, and this is a very, very common reward. It is very common to get 50% off on platinum in your early logins for Warframe. This is a common reward. And the recommendation in the community is if you got a 50% off reward, go to the website and buy yourself 1,000 platinum. It's not terribly expensive, and it will, by the time you actually spend by the time you need more platinum, you will have gotten to the point in the game where you can buy and sell things for platinum on the secondary market. And we'll talk about that secondary market in a minute. But I'm going to go check something real quick. Because I want to check and see, since we actually do have... Yeah, it's taking a moment to load up because I got so many things going on. Okay. Since I actually have a 50% off right now, so 1,000 platinum for me with a 50% off coupon would be $25. And let's be honest, you've probably paid that much for video games you might have liked a lot less than you'll like Warframe. I know I certainly have. So let's talk about how to spend 1,000 platinum. It is a bit taboo in the Warframe community to talk about spending platinum on anything from the marketplace except for cosmetics. The thing I will say is, under absolutely no circumstance, none, should you spend platinum on any sort of weapon from the marketplace. I made that mistake my first time around. There is literally nothing from the marketplace that you can buy with platinum that is worth it. Not even my favorite weapons in the game are worth spending the platinum to get from the marketplace. Don't do it. Don't buy weapons for plat. Okay? And by that I mean the regular weapons. If we're talking about prime weapons on the secondary market, that's a whole other thing. We'll talk about that in a couple of minutes. But do not buy weapons for platinum. Now, Warframes are slightly different bag, but even then, you should be very, very careful about how you spend platinum. For example, the first thing I want to talk about in relation to spending platinum on Warframes is, since every single Warframe you buy from the market will come with a Warframe slot and a pre-installed reactor, you can effectively deduct 40 platinum from the price of the Warframe, because installing a reactor would cost you 20 platinum if you don't have one already built. And I'll be honest, it's happened to me often enough that I've liked a Warframe but didn't have a reactor handy, that I've paid 20 platinum to have a reactor installed, and chances are you're going to end up spending the 20 platinum for the slot. That's pretty much an unavoidable side effect. As you can see right now, we have 0 open slots So you can effectively deduct 40 platinum from the price of any Warframe you might buy off of the market, because that's 40 platinum you might have spent anyway. Definitely the 20, possibly all 40 of it. I've just, for the sake of ease, call it all 40. Now, with that in mind, after we deduct the 40 platinum for the slot and the installed reactor, if the price of the Warframe is under 200 platinum, I might seriously consider it. But by that very rule, that means that the latest Warframe to be put into the game, Garuda, A, is more than 200 platinum if we deduct the 40 from the slot and the installed reactor. And to be perfectly honest, from everything I've seen, Garuda needs some work. I'm honestly expecting that there is going to be some patching later in probably sometime next week that's going to change some of her abilities around. Nothing I've seen suggests that they're actively bad, just that they're not connected as well as they should be. Obviously, since I am not a Warframe partner, I did not get Garuda for free. I have not had the opportunity to play with her, so I've only seen what other people have done with her. But from what I've seen other people doing with her, I think that we can expect some sort of tweaking to her abilities within the next week or so in order to patch up some of the holes in her kit. So I would not spend the platinum for Garuda, A, in general, and specifically not right now, because I think you are not going to get value for that platinum. However, if you are a newer player, and if you were before, let's say, Saturn, right, in the progression of things, and you were not given a stealth Warframe for watching a stream like I was, then you might want to consider spending some platinum on Loki, because when we deduct the 40 platinum for the Warframe slot and for the installed reactor, he's actually fairly inexpensive. That's 135 platinum for the frame itself after those two things. And he is possibly the best stealth frame in the game. Now understand, we're talking about a pool of 4 frames here, realistically. So everybody's going to have their preferred favorite stealth frame. But this one's not a bad choice. Normally, he can only be picked up from, I think it's, I need to go look at the star chart. But he is normally fairly late into the star chart. And by that point, you're really going to want a stealth Warframe. Let's see here. Yeah, no, it's Neptune. He drops from the boss on Neptune, which is, by the time you're at Neptune, you only have, by the time you're doing the boss on Neptune and grinding his parts, you only have 3 planets left in the star chart. So I would definitely say if you are before Saturn, because you start on Earth, you go this way, and then you go back around this way. If you are before Saturn, and you don't already have a stealth frame, it might be worth the platinum to buy Loki, because he is very inexpensive for the price. Now, on another note, let's talk about the first frame I recommend every new player get, which is Rhino. I love Rhino. I love Rhino Prime. I love Rhino in all of his incarnations. If they make a Rhino Umbra, I will probably love that frame too. Do not, for the love of Bob, spend the platinum to buy him from the marketplace. I don't care how much platinum you have. Don't spend it, because he is so easy to build. You can have all of his crafting materials by the time you get to Phobos, and possibly before if you get lucky with the alerts. And you will have, because they give you a slot for your starter frame and a slot for one other frame, you will have a slot. So chances are you won't need to pay the 20 plat for the slot. And you won't need to pay the 20 plat for the reactor because Rhino gets along really well without a reactor. By the time you need to put a reactor into Rhino, chances are you will have the ability to build one. So, as much as I love this frame, don't spend 375 platinum to get him from the market. And I will even say, as much as I love Rhino Prime, the last time I checked, a full set of his schematics was going for like 500 platinum on the secondary market. Don't do that either. Wait for an unvaulting. Rhino Prime is good, but he's not enough better than regular Rhino that he's worth that kind of surcharge. Just don't do it. Hey, off-topic things, how are you doing? Yeah, so we're talking about how to spend 1,000 platinum, because I was given 1,000 platinum in a community giveaway. So, now that I've talked about a good frame to possibly pick up, and my favorite frame not being worth it, are there any other frames I might suggest possibly picking up for platinum? And the answer is yes. Both of them are frames that are very good, but have grinds that are a little difficult to do. And by the time you're going to do them, you're going to be fairly far in the game, but nonetheless. So let's talk about Haro over here. First of all, right at the moment, although this is likely to change now that Fortuna is a thing, but Haro is still very much in the meta at the moment because he is used in Eidolon fights. Now, what are Eidolon fights? They're a thing that is done out on the Plains of Eidolon at night. They're why the Plains of Eidolon has its name, and Haro is considered an essential part of a constructed group. And as I was saying earlier, by the time you would get him normally, you were going to be so far into the game. I know, right? So here's the thing. One of his parts, his chassis, drops from, as off-topic things over here saying in the chat, one of his parts drops from any Void Fisher mission has a chance to drop his chassis. And by the time you get to his quest, because the requirements to do his quest are actually fairly require you to have gone more or less to the end of the star chart, you will probably have 40 or 50 of the schematics for his chassis. Okay? However, and you get the blueprint from doing his story quest. However, if you do, in order to get his other two parts, one of them you have to do defection missions. And they come from rotation C on defection missions. So, to explain a little bit how the whole rotations thing works. Okay? Every time you get a reward from an endless mission, and defections are an endless mission, so is defense, so is excavation, so is interception. There's probably a couple of others I'm leaving out. But these are missions where you can keep going until you get tired of it, right? So the first two rewards from any endless mission are...
Tenno, a new alert has begun.
Thank you, Lotus. Are always rotation A. Then it goes to whatever rotation B is. You get one of those, and then by the time you've done whatever the mission goal is 4 times, that's when you get to rotation C. And then it goes around again. So 5th rotation is going to be A, 6th, or 5th reward is going to be from the A pool, 6th is going to be from the A pool again, 7th is going to be from the B pool, and the 8th completion is going to be from the C pool. This is the reason why it is, unless you're intentionally doing an endurance run for some reason, you are going to be going, the general rule is you go 4 rounds on an endless mission and then you leave and do it again. That is the general rule. So one of Haro's parts, and I forget if it's the neuroptics or the systems, I think it's the systems, but it drops from rotation C on defection missions. And ask around the community, and they will tell you that defection is the most reviled of endless missions. Mostly because it's dull. It's not that it's difficult. In fact, it's the opposite. It's not that it's particularly difficult, it's just boring. It's tedious. And honestly, I haven't played the game long enough to have an answer for how to make it better. But I do know that almost everybody I know finds that particular game mode to be exceedingly tedious. Now, it is worth noting that my preferred new player support frame, Oberon, because you'll probably get him before you get any of the other ones, is very good at defection, but that doesn't make it less tedious. In fact, he's so good at it, he kind of makes it more boring, if that makes any sense. So, once you deduct the 20 plat for the slot and the 20 plat for installing your reactor, and by the time you get Haro, you're going to need to get the reactor. Oh, I forgot. So the third part from Haro comes from a spy mission in an area that isn't even on the star map for us right now. If I were to go to my star map, because of where I am in the progression of the game, I could not even show it to you. It is an area that is not easily available, and it is also by far the most tedious spy mission in the game because the maps are so huge. They're so far apart that it takes a fairly long time. And honestly, if you're going to spend all of your time going through spy missions, there is a frame that you should probably get, you would probably prefer to get, which is Ivara. All of her parts drop exclusively from spy missions. So, once you deduct the 20 plat for the Warframe slot, which you would absolutely have to spend by the time you could build him normally in-game, and the 20 plat for the installed reactor, that brings his cost down to 185 platinum for the completed Warframe. And you know what? I'd say he's totally worth it. I know that a lot of people are like, don't spend platinum on Warframes, but he's one of the few I honestly think you should seriously consider. And the other thing is, if you buy him from the market before you do his quest, instead of getting the blueprint for him, you will get a Riven. Now, I forget, Rivens are a type of mod that we don't have access to yet where we are in the story. You have to be at least MR8, and we just hit MR6. But they're a kind of mod that is weapon specific, and even if you don't do the whole rigmarole with the Riven, if you just decide to go to Warframe.market and sell it in its basic state, you can easily expect to get 20 plat from a veiled Riven, because initially you don't know what weapon it's for. You can easily expect to get 20 plat if it's a melee Riven. I think it's 30 to 40 if it's a rifle Riven, and like 50 if it's a shotgun Riven. It varies, but the point is, the reward you would get from getting the quest is also worth platinum, so you can also kind of deduct that from the cost as well. Kind of depends on what the Riven market looks like, but all told, that makes him a fairly inexpensive frame. So one might seriously consider just buying him from the market because the benefits outweigh the penalties. And in fact, I'm going to put him on our wish list because I may decide to go get him fairly quickly. The other frame, I would say, you should strongly consider, very strongly consider, especially now that there are arbitrations in the game, or Arbies as we like to refer to it in the community because we like to laugh, is Nidus, because he is probably the tankiest frame in the entirety of the Warframe. The one problem with Nidus is, because of the way his mechanic works, you really like long missions, and the chances are most missions, if you are playing Nidus, will be over before you even get started. However, for arbitrations, he is extremely powerful because one of his passive abilities is, so let me explain his mechanics real quick. Brozyme has a great video on how all of his mechanics work for when he talked about his Nidus build. But just briefly, his first ability basically shoots forth a series of spikes from the ground. It's a little weird, but it's very cool. And anytime an enemy is hit with that, it will build part of a stack. If you hit 4 enemies or more, it will refund the cost of the ability. 5 enemies or more, not only will it refund the cost of the ability, but you will get an entire stack. Okay? And his maximum number of stacks is 100. As long as he has at least 15 stacks of his mutation, which is the mechanic, if he gets hit with lethal damage, he will just shrug it off. You'll lose 15 stacks, and for 5 seconds you're granted invulnerability, and you are restored to 50% health. This is really important in arbitrations because the big thing about arbitrations is there is no revive mechanic. Once you're down, you're done. Immediately dead, no recovery, no return, and Nidus laughs in the face of it. It is exactly because of Nidus that over on my testbed account, I have never died in an arbitration, because I always have at least 15 stacks, usually considerably more than that. And he is probably the tankiest frame in the entire game. There are only a few places I would prefer another tank frame over Nidus, because it's not listed on here, but one of the things that he gets is, as he levels up, he gets health recovery. He regenerates his health. And it is very easy for him to recover health during a mission from other things. So he is just an incredibly tanky, incredibly hard to kill frame. And again, because of when you can do his mission to get his blueprint in the course of the game, you will most definitely have used up your 2 starter Warframe slots. I mean, hell, we already have them. We're barely into the mid game, right? So you're gonna have to spend the slot, and honestly, he is absolutely worth a reactor. He is a fantastic Warframe. And again, once you deduct the 40 platinum for those 2 things, that brings his cost down to 180 platinum. And that's very good for such a good Warframe. I very strongly recommend picking him up. Now, we're going to add him to our wish list. Yeah, exactly off topic. He is just so good. Now, the one thing I will hasten to suggest to any of my viewers, which at the moment is mostly off topic here, is if you are don't already have a tab open to one of the Warframe partners somewhere else on your browser, you should do that, because there is a chance, once per hour, admittedly it's apparently a very small chance because I've been watching constantly for the last couple of days and haven't gotten one, but there is a chance that you will get a Nidus Warframe as a drop from a Warframe partner. So, if you don't already have a tab open for that, go do that. And if your computer can't handle, essentially watching 2 streams at a time, then go watch one of the Warframe partners. Because as much as I would love the viewership, I don't want to mug my players out of my fans out of an opportunity to get a free Nidus Warframe. You could also theoretically get Cora, she has some utility, but I would be happy to get Cora because she's a big grind, but she's not high on my list of frames. She is not one of those frames I would recommend going and buying for the platinum. Oh, one other thing I need to point out, because I talked about the huge discount that you can get for, if you deduct the 40 plat for the slot and the reactor, you might look at one of the starter frames like Mag or Volt. You should have started with Volt, or Excalibur if you started with him. And you might look at that and go, "Hey, that's only 30." No, No. The starter frames are so easy to get. Mag in particular, who I have a certain fondness for, she has a special place in my heart, but she needs a lot of work. You really have to be ready for her. You can get her from the Phobos boss, who is the easiest boss in the game. With almost nothing in a heck, you can one-shot the Sergeant on Phobos and just farm her for her parts. She is really easy to get. Okay? Excalibur comes from the Mars boss, who you have to do before you get to Phobos, and he is really easy to farm once you have the mechanics of that fight down. It's not difficult. Okay? And also, minor spoilers, if you do all of the story missions, you will eventually get a strictly better Excalibur. For free. With a slot. And a reactor already installed. And possibly the best Nakana in the entire game. There's some arguments about that. So, I really would not spend the 75 plat for Excalibur. Even if you count, the slot and all of that. And Volt, Volt should have been your starter. I'm aware that there are people who disagree with me, but Volt should have been your starter. Okay? And B, if you didn't take him as your starter, you can pick him up from a clan dojo, and I know for a fact that there are multiple clans out there who are just like, come join our clan, take whatever recipes you want from our dojo, and then leave whenever you want. We're fine with it. That's the nature of the community. There are people who just give away stuff in this community. That's how I got 1,000 platinum. Was one of the Warframe streamers I follow was giving away 1,000 platinum, and I ended up winning it. I've seen people over on the Warframe Reddit giving away 1,000 platinum, either wholesale, or there was one guy who was like, I'm going to give away, I got 1,000 platinum that I don't need, I'm going to give it away in 100 platinum increments, so, post and I will randomly decide who wins, and so far as I know, they gave away 1,000 platinum at 100 platinum at a time. People are just always giving stuff away in this community. I saw one dude who posted on the Reddit and said, man, I'm out of Warframe slots, which of these should I sell? And some random Reddit poster was like, I'll buy you a slot, give me your in-game name, and did it. So, it's one of the reasons why I love this game. It has the best community. So, that's going to conclude for the moment our commentary on what Warframes to buy. Now, I've been focusing mostly on things that are going to have a practical in-game effect. Okay? Because if you don't already have a stealth frame, picking up Loki for 175 platinum is really good. We're not going to do it because they gave us an Ash Prime for free during that kerfuffle like 4 months ago. There was the thing. I ended up with a free Ash Prime, as did pretty much everyone else who had their Warframe accounts linked to Twitch. It was just like that. So Loki is worth looking at. We're not going to do that on this account simply because we don't need to. But he is an excellent frame. I have wish listed a number of items that are of a cosmetic nature. And for the moment, I'm going to put off buying any of those. Although I have to say one of the color packs is very tempting. They're a little bit more expensive than I really want to pay right at the moment, especially since there's so many other things. Now, one other thing I do want to say is if you find yourself with what might be considered an excess of platinum, the 3-Forma bundle, absolutely, especially if you are a brand new player and you are just building up your rep with the syndicates, absolutely buy a 3-Forma bundle, and then this is the important part, don't use that Forma on any of your Warframes. Don't use it on any of your weapons. You're setting those 3-Forma aside so that when you get to the point with a syndicate where they say, give us Forma in order to advance, you can give them Forma in order to advance. Speaking of which,
advancement imminent.
I require more data.
Now, as it happens, because of that code I was talking about earlier, the ears on code, that just gives you 3 forma and a bunch of other things, we actually have 3 forma. So I didn't have to buy it. It's just it's Christmas early in the Warframe community. They're just giving stuff away on Twitch. There is a sudden and surprise unvaulting next week. They're giving away free stuff just left and right in Warframe right now. It is a great time to get into this game. Okay? So I didn't actually have to spend the 35 platinum to get 3 forma, because they just gave us 3 forma and 5 field drawn and a catalyst and a reactor and I mean, it's really a good time to be in the Warframe community. So we are going to advance with Cephalon Suda here. All right. So we'll click continue.
If this continues, I might care if you come to harm.
Oh, that's sweet, Suda. Thank you.
What are you curious about?
All right. Oh, that's always good. Let's see here. Do we want to get the sigil or do we want to get the relic pack? See, the relic packs are temporary. In general, I take the sigils. That's me, though. Just because they help me earn rep faster. I will also admit, this is a thing that is much more a thing when you are early in the game. Because when you are below, say, MR10, the ability to earn rep more quickly is a bigger deal. Over on my testbed account, which is MR19, I'm actually not that concerned about it anymore because I have access to so many game modes that give me so much rep so quickly that I'm just not bothered by it. But in this particular case, since we are MR6 on this account, we are most definitely going to take the Manifold Sigil. And hey, look, we could even make it mostly invisible. Isn't that nice? Alright, so what are they going to want for the next title? Oh, frick, I forgot about that. They want an Orokin Catalyst. Yeah, I forgot that seems to be the thing that they want a lot of the time. Alright. Now, we're still stuck at neutral with the Arbiters of Hexus because they want neural sensors, and we don't have any neural sensors, but we're going to change that real quick. That is one of the reasons why I am not doing Fortuna right now. There are a couple of reasons. But one of the reasons why I'm not going to be rushing off to go do Fortuna right now is because we need neural sensors. We need access to those resources. And what do you know? They come from Jupiter. So we need to do that. But first, I'm going to change my appearance on my Volt and change his... see here. We're going to do this sigil, which will earn us reputation a little bit faster. And you'll notice it's virtually invisible. Isn't that nice? I think our fashion frame isn't too bad given the fact that we have only the basic colors. Alright, we're also... so this is our current grinding loadout, which is our Volt, who has plenty of capacity on him right at the moment because we have not leveled up our stuff and we're not into the big expensive stuff. And because we're going to be relying heavily on his powers, we're going to be using some mostly just okay weapons. For example, the Mark I Paris is just an okay weapon. It's... for a starter weapon, it's not too terrible, but we're MR6 now. We have access to much better weapons. I think I said this earlier. The Aakleto is just not very good. And this is probably the best starter melee weapon, but we took the Skana because we could just buy the bow. And honestly, by the time we bought it, we'd already built ourselves a Zaw. So, also that reminds me. So with Fortuna now in the game, Fetch has been added, which is a thing that is going to give us. Basically, it allows us to get vacuum, but with our pets. And there's been some patches. That's the other reason why I'm not doing Fortuna right now. So Fortuna came out on Thursday. There was a patch Thursday. There was a patch Friday. Today is Saturday. They don't normally work Saturdays. There was a hot fix about an hour, maybe, no, it's more like 2 hours ago now. Because there was a bug that messed up the matchmaking. So somebody had to come in on the weekend, fix the bug, and drop a hot fix on a Saturday. There may well, with that in mind, there may well be a hot fix tomorrow. Even if there isn't, I'm expecting, because there are a number of things that are buggy or glitchy about Fortuna, I'm expecting there's going to be a hot patch or a hot fix Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. So it's going to be at least Thursday of next week before I start diving seriously into Fortuna, just because there is so much stuff. There are bugs in the game, and I mean, we live in the area of online patching and fixing for video games. It has become very commonplace for a game to drop and for there to be a day one patch to fix problems. Right? So, that is the other reason why I am not jumping into Fortuna immediately. I want to give them time to patch those bugs. Also, I want to take all of the information that I'm getting from people who are, shall we say, not as new player friendly of an approach as I am, and move all of that, break all of that down so that I can explain it to newer players. Now, just as a real quick aside, so I had mentioned that there's a secondary market in Warframe. That secondary market is almost universally through a website called warframe.market. Once you have a Warframe account, I strongly suggest going to warframe.market and setting up an account there. It's very easy. They'll ask you to send a message from your account in the forums. They do that just to make sure that they know. They do that just to make sure that you actually have a Warframe account, and that the Warframe account is the same as the account information that you tried to set up. You have to use your in-game name. Okay? That said, it is very low risk. I have had nothing but good interactions with these people. I have an account over on warframe.market. And I am actually going to, and sadly I have not set this up so that I can show you. I will do so at a later date on another stream. But I'm actually setting up a warframe.market. I'm putting a buy, basically a want to buy, okay, or a want ad for the Prime set for one of my favorite frames, which is Limbo Prime. He's a little difficult to build where we are, but I really like him. He's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, but I really like him, so I'm going to set up a want to buy order, so we may get a notification a bit later saying, hey, I'd like to buy this thing. I'm going to go ahead. And I'm going to make sure that I am visible on the website as online in-game. I also have a few things that I'm trying to sell over there. Because there are things that are far away from where we are. Let's see, there we go. Alright. So, let's dive into... No, we're not going to the void. Why does it keep taking me back to the void? Okay, so... we're going to go back to... let's see here. Oh, yes! I forgot about that. We need to go do that. So, at the end of the last stream, we had set up our vapor specters to be... oh, that's nice. To craft. So we're going to claim those, because by doing that, we will now have everything we need to go through the... we will now have everything that we need to go through the junction to Europa when we eventually get there. And so there was an alert that happened while I was not feeling so great, not feeling up to streaming, that gave us 2 neurosensors. And instead of using them to get in good with the Arbiters of Hexus, I instead made the executive decision that I was going to use them to build Orokin reactors, because I would rather be ahead on Orokin reactors than anything else. So we're going to wait the 20 seconds here, and then we're going to have another Orokin reactor. We're not going to be able to build another one, but we're going to have another Orokin reactor. So that'll be 3 total, because we built one already using neurosensors. We used our second neurosensor to build the second one, and then they gave us a third from that cache that I was talking about earlier, from that free code Ears On, right? So we only have one of these left, one blueprint left, but we have 3 Orokin reactors already waiting to go. That is delightful. I am overjoyed at the fact that we have 3 Orokin reactors. My gods. If I had known ahead of time, yeah, let's see here. I wanted to check something real quick, so we're going to do this. Looking up something real quick. I'm just curious, how much is Big Rhino Prime going for? Oh, at the moment he's actually surprisingly reasonable. He's going for about 220 or so platinum. Interesting. That's not bad at all. I might seriously consider picking him up for that. I need to look at his build materials. That's a thing I'll do another day. Alright, so, do we have anything over here that we need to build up? Not really. We're still working our way through the MR fodder that we can buy for credits, so we're not going to build anything else. I did pick up a Saren Prime systems while I was doing a Void Fisher run, and somebody had the relics for Saren Prime, and when it popped up I was like, yes please. Saren Prime is I don't think she's as good as the hype, but she is extremely good at a particular mode that is very rewarding. So we're definitely keeping that. And then we also have a Volt Prime Systems. And I may at a later point look into, because Volt is just such a useful frame, and his Prime is very, very good. I may look into what it would cost to get the other parts. But we're not currently building any weapons. We're looking to build warframes. We already have an Oberon chassis. I'm not in a big rush to build mag. And since we're probably going to buy Haro, I don't know that I'm going to build his chassis, because I am leaning very strongly towards buying him. We may do that a bit later in the stream. Now, one thing I want to point out in particular is also, so there are no warframes that have mastery lockout. But if you were to ignore my advice and decide to do a weapon, buy a weapon, if it is above your mastery rank, I don't believe it will let you. So, yeah, it won't even let us buy it. This, by the way, is my favorite secondary weapon and may actually be my favorite weapon in the entire game. It's still not worth 200 platinum, even though it will come with an inventory slot and an Orokin catalyst installed. It's still not worth 200 platinum. Alright. In any case, Jupiter awaits. So, we are now at the point where we can do... We can do the Jupiter Junction. Oh, yes, that's right. Sorry, I'm thinking things. There's so much going on. There's so much. See, this is why I love this game. There's so much that's good. I think we're going to go see real quick what Cephalon Samaris wants us to scan for rep. Because we do still need to go get the Soul Widget battery for our Helios so that we can actually use him, because Helios is the bomb diggity. Yep.
I can see you are hungry for the knowledge of the Sanctuary. Show me your dedication to the Sanctuary.
First, we're going to do this.
Specimen could be the next addition to the Sanctuary. Help me discover its secrets.
4 corrupted ancients. Good grief. It is 10,000 standing and 800 endo, though. I'm going to go ahead and take this for now, and we'll see. And then I also want to see if it'll actually let me start the new Strange. Because this is kind of... Ooh.
Hunter, will you bring my sentinels home so that I might once again focus on our grand project?
This is interesting. Ugh. I hate the way he looms. Gives me the willies. So we actually have the quest, The New Strange.
A new quest is available in your codex.
So let's see about that. Okay. I forgot about that. Okay. Mystery reward. Okay.
What is Cephalon Samaris like? I have heard so many wonderful things.
So I wonder where this quest is going to send us. Ah, it's going to send us to a place on Ceres. Okay. It's been a while since I've done this quest.
My sentinels entered this Grenier prison searching for a curious anomaly. Their last known location was the prison block. Hunter, I must know their fate.
Okay.
Samaris, what was so important that your sentinels would risk entering a Grenier prison?
All knowledge is important. I would expect you to know that, Lotus.
Yeah. See, as much as I love the occasional action with a bow, I am not a very good shot with it because I always forget to account for the travel time. Ooh. Hurricane cells. Very nice. Nope. Yeah, but it doesn't protect you from my lightning bolts. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about that. I always go to reload whenever I'm using a bow, and then I remember. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. This is why I brought Volt with this weapon. Oh crap! This is not hard. Okay, so those are two relatively tough enemies. This guy is apparently stuck. We finally managed to headshot him. Oh, right. So we're going to go around instead of going through.
I'm detecting the sentinels within the cell block.
Oh, we have a message. Betting this is somebody interested in selling us that Limbo Prime set. Alright, so they are looking to sell... Ah, okay.
My sentinels, you are still functional. Come home, my darlings. Hunter, my gratitude is boundless. Head for extraction so that we might discuss.
Not so fast, Tenno. If Cephalon Samaris isn't willing to tell us what happened here, we'll find out on our own. Locate their data vault and find their security logs.
Okay, so this just turned into a certain level of spy mission. I'm mostly okay with that. But yes, part of the thing about having just mediocre weapons is to bring at least one good weapon along with them, and in this case, the Warframe is the weapon. Also, Volt's passive means that as long as I am careful about it, whoever gets the first shot takes a very serious hit. All right. Anyone else? No. Okay. Crap. I hear gunfire. Alright, let's see here. Okay, so if we cross through there, we're going to lose a whole bunch of energy and set off the alarm. So we need to go over it. And then it doesn't look like there... Sometimes there's a field here. It doesn't look like it this time. And then we hop over this laser. Or not. Fortunately, they gave us plenty of time.
The security logs. We'll examine them when you're safely back on the orbiter. Get to extraction.
Okay. Where is extraction? Okay, good. There we go. We are not stopping for anything because we need to get. Need to get out of here. A, because there's no real benefit to killing a bunch of enemies, and B, because we don't want to leave that person who is trying to sell us that set waiting too long.
The corruption to the security logs was extensive, but we managed to retrieve fragments of a biological signature. Could this be what Samaris was after?
Orders will perform analysis on the signature now. Oh, there's nothing here but...
Here we shall search and find the eyes of day drinking the night.
Interesting.
Pardon, operator. It seems Ordis is hearing voices again. Running diagnostics.
No, Ordis. We heard it too. Tenno, that's the voice from the arcane codices. Cephalon Samaris is hiding something.
Of course
Pay
he
him
is.
another visit. Find out what he knows.
Samaris has no reason to lie, operator. Please, treat the great Cephalon with respect.
I'm never anything less than respectful. Okay, so. Okay. So you always want to ask somebody, especially if you're selling, generally it is assumed that you're going to make the trade at your dojo. If you're buying, I always find it a good sign to... I always find it polite to ask them if they want to come to your dojo or if you want to head to theirs. If they want you to head to theirs. So we're going to bring them to our dojo. I can parkour, really, I swear. Okay, we said 80 platinum, so we're going to click on the thing and go down to platinum, and we're going to select 80. And they're going to give us all of the parts for... So the blueprint, the chassis, the neuroptics, and the systems. And we're going to go ahead and trade them. And we only need 8,000 platinum, which we have more than enough for. They, on the other hand, need 40,000, but that's okay because they got a couple of million credits. Excuse me, 8,000. It does seem to be a rather large Minotaur. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and leave the dojo, and then I'm going to take a moment to go over here and mark that as bought on my Warframe.market profile. And we're going to go see what all we need to do to build Limbo Prime. Because that's also going to be a thing we're most definitely going to want to do. Is there anything we can build right away? Ah, we have just enough to build his... We have just enough to build his systems, which is nice, mostly because we only have 2 tellurium. They recently changed the app, by the way. So I don't know if you know this, but there's a companion app for this game that you can get on your phone that will give you alerts when certain resources pop up. They recently changed it so that you can get a notification for when tellurium pops up. Oh, so good. Really happy they made that change. So we're going to start that building. Neural sensors, which we're going to get from Jupiter when we get there. And then 2 argon crystals, which we can get from the Void. We have access to some of the Void. So that's very nice. Alright, now that our business is concluded over here, we're going to go ahead and close that. I see I have a couple of new viewers. Welcome. This is kind of a new player's guide, as you will, to Warframe. I do need to point out I am not a Warframe partner, so if you were looking for those sweet, sweet Twitch drops, either open a window to another channel that is a Warframe partner and leave that open, or if your streaming won't handle that, then I will not be offended if you go and find yourself a Warframe partner to watch, because I don't want you to miss out on those sweet, sweet Twitch drops. Alright, so we need to go talk to Samaris again for the quest, and we also need to see about going and doing... Hopefully this will eventually lead us to... Jupiter, and if not, we will eventually start there ourselves. Thank you, Off Topics. What can I say? What kind of content creator would I be if I didn't tell my audience the truth, which is that if they want Twitch drops, I am sadly not the place. I wish I was. Hopefully the next time there's a big campaign for watching Twitch drops, or getting Twitch drops for watching, I will be a partner, but I'm just not, and I want to make sure they know that. Why am I going there the hard way when I can just fast travel? One of the best features in this game.
You may explore the sanctuary, for you not show me your dedication to the sanctuary. Searching for answers, Tenno. Knowledge must be earned. I have a task for you, small compared to the vast needs of sanctuary. Hunt for me, and in return I will tell you what that biological signature means.
Okay.
I can see you are hungry for the knowledge of the sanctuary.
Well, so we're going to leave the relay. Synthesize 3 elite. Okay. And we also... Oh, there's an alert for Oxium. That's not too bad. We also have an indication that we have new inbox messages. Hey, look, more credits. Because, yes, I have a couple of windows open to other Twitch streamers as well, because I want to make sure that I get my own Twitch drops. Alright, so what can I say? I'm hoping by the time the drops end on the 15th that I will have gotten at least one Warframe out of this. That would be nice. That said, the fact that this account is very young and in desperate need of some capital, I'm not super disappointed at the endless stream of credits. I'm just aware that once a good weekend comes along where there's a double credit weekend with the right build, you can go to the index and earn absurd amounts of capital, which is exactly what I've done over on my testbed account. In any case. Okay, so we'll go do that. And I actually don't remember if that gives us rep or if that just... completes the quest, but we'll see. And hey, it looks like we actually even have a partner for this. That's potentially very nice.
Your target is the system mainframe. Deliver
Ooh,
the payload.
gallium. I like that they changed the way the gallium deposits look. Also, I swear I'm seeing a lot more of the rare resources on the planets. Ah, friendship door. Did we forget the data mass? Were we dumb? No, it looks like one of them grabbed it. Yeah, he's got the data mass. I say he because he's playing male Warframe, but Ginger over here has the data mass, so... Alright.
Your target is this location's computer system. Find and access the terminals. We need to destroy the reactor. The reactor will have tight security. Watch out for enemy patrols.
I wonder, is there... Okay. So presumably, the target that we're looking for is going to be in the direction of the lens. It's going to be in the direction of the... reactor. Oh, these things. I'm not concerned. Yep. They couldn't have just given us the easy...
That's it. It will be a perfect specimen. Trap it so you can synthesize it for me.
What? Oh, okay.
Target found. Destroy it.
See, this is the advantage to this is...
Excellent specimen, Hunter.
Sweet, it does give us rep. Delightful. Alright, and then we can go equip an actual weapon. And... oh, where's the entrance to this thing? Okay.
Target destroyed. Proceed to the extraction point.
Alright. So we got our bonus, we got some rep with Samaris. All in all, this is turning into a pretty good... oh, we're in lockdown. Give me a panel, there we go. Alright, there we go. Now we can get out of here. Ah, sometimes, man. Sometimes. I love this game, but sometimes the controls just make me want to shake my head. And I still got... well, yeah, because they didn't bother to stop and fight anything. Alright. But that's a lot of Cephalon Samaris rep. Ginger left. Let's see if... yep, looks like Ark over here is staying with us.
Your target is the system mainframe. Deliver the payload.
There is a sanctuary target here, Hunter. I sense it. Track it with the synthesis scanner. Don't let it escape.
I can't tell if they're doing their daily synthesis target or... oh, okay. Okay, fortunately, it's all in the same direction. That's good.
Your target is this location's computer system. Find and access the terminals. We need to destroy the reactor. The reactor will have tight security. Watch out for enemy patrols.
What's our... oh, hack a console. Okay. Yep, okay. Still going the right way to find our synthesis target. Really, I swear I know what I'm doing.
Target found. Destroy it.
Okay, well. First we need our synthesis target. Nope. There we go. Wait, what? Unless that's an area that we can't get to until we... Until we open the reactor, or destroy the reactor. Because that door's not opening. Okay, I guess we gotta do the reactor. I always mess up where the entrance to this place is. There we go. And hey, I'll have to hack a console.
Target destroyed. Proceed to the extraction point.
There it is, right for synthesis.
Where?
Tame this creature so you may perform the synthesis I require. An
All right.
excellent specimen, Hunter. This will advance Sanctuary's goal of preservation.
Of course, we hit lockdown. Well. Ooh. I-10 star. Nice. Alright, well, since we've hit our daily affinity limit, and since we need Samaris rep for our in order to get the soul battery, I think we're going to go on to do Jupiter, and we're going to finish this quest another day, because this quest seems like a good way to milk some Samaris rep. Maybe that's just me, though. So we're going to go ahead and leave this group, because we hit our maximum Samaris standing. If we do that a couple more times, if we do that over the course of the rest of this quest, that's going to make things a lot easier. Also, since we've ranked up our weapons a couple of ranks, let's see if there's anything we can put on these to make them less awful. Fine, we'll drop that, and we'll do that. Upgrade. See, the problem is the stats on these things are just so bad that there's just not a lot we can put on here. Yeah. What I wouldn't give for stance. Okay. Reach wouldn't be terrible. Alright, we'll put that on there because the bow already has a pretty impressive reach, and adding some more to it will make it more effective. Like I said, this actually isn't a terrible starting weapon. It's not that great where we're at in the game, but we're doing okay. Alright. And then before we dive into Jupiter, my cup is empty, and I hate that. So I'm going to go grab some fluid, and I will be right back. Alright, welcome back, fellow Insomniacs. So, this is a prime example, by the way, of one of those things I wish I'd understood a little bit better when I started playing the game. Which is, on quests like this where you can get a lot of rep with a faction, taking your time, drawing it out, and earning as much rep as possible with it. Because of where we are in our daily affinity or reputation limit, it is actually, we can hit our cap. If I remember this quest correctly, we will probably hit our cap 3 or 4 days in a row easily if we take our time and stretch it out. And we should definitely do that because the fluid of choice in this case is Diet Orange Soda. My previous fluid of choice was Diet Dr. Pepper, but I like to alternate back and forth between the two. Because without that, you drink too much of one thing and you get tired of it. I also brought the other half of the bottle with me, so it should be a fair bit before I have to go and grab another refill. Let's see here. I love my guild. I love my clan in a lot of ways, but they are very obsessed with the whole Riven changes right now, and I am in the minority of people who doesn't like Rivens, and therefore when there was a Riven disposition change for any of my viewers who don't read the patch notes, and a lot of people are very upset about that. I am unbothered because, well, this account can't even have ribbons, and on my other account, I just sell them. I don't like them. So, but most of my clan is panicking about the changes. Whatever. Alright. A rescue mission. Alright. So, what we're going to do is we're going to work our way around the outer rim of Jupiter, as it were, because we need to be able to get, Jupiter, because we need to be able to get to the Saturn Junction. And we also want to unlock Io because it is one of the best places to get Meso relics, and also just farm. You can usually get a pretty fair amount of Oxium out of it, and you can usually get a fair amount of neural sensors, both of which are things we need. Because really, the minute you think you have all the Oxium you need, you discover you need more. It's like chaotic that way. Also, I have 2 extractors that are ready to claim, so we're going to do that. We're going to go put them back where they were. One on Mercury, one on Phobos. Because of the changes, we couldn't actually deploy one on Venus anymore, even if we wanted to, but that's okay. I don't bother. Alright, so.
There is a prisoner here that is vital to our operations. Search for the holding location.
Of course they want rifle kills. Well, we're probably not going to get that one with this particular weapon. Dang, the range on that is pretty good, though.
There's no telling what the captors are doing to our rescue target. You need to find the holding cell immediately.
Sometimes I love the movement in this game, and sometimes it makes me want to cringe. Yeah, that's an achievement you'll end up getting eventually no matter what, because eventually you're going to just end up doing a whole lot of these. You're going to end up breaking a whole lot of cameras, especially if you spend a lot of time playing as Volt. Interesting. Okay, we could have gone up a little bit, but we would have still been stymied by the door at the top. I really wish they would change those elevators. I also wish they would change these little lips. I swear I spend more time getting stuck on those lips at the edges of platforms than anything else in this game.
You've been seen.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. I'm not exactly playing the most subtle of frames.
Approaching the holding area. Careful. If the wardens detect you, they will surely initiate the execution sequence. Bypass complete. You may proceed.
Well, we'll get the camera anyway. Because we definitely want to get the cameras. Apparently they count as kills. Of course. Nope. Okay. So who was shooting at me? Because I swear I heard somebody shooting at me.
Here are the holding cells. Search each one for the hostage.
I'm in your debt, Tenno.
Sure, take my less than stellar firearms.
Need to bring the captive to safety. Protect them at all costs.
Wow. Usually I sneak up behind wardens and break their necks, so hey, neural sensors, alright. Since we're the only ones in this mission, we want to get to extract as quickly as possible because they can't kill our rescuee if we extract quickly. Already this is paying off. We got 2 neural sensors. That was very good. Speaking of which, I know exactly what we should do with those 2 neural sensors. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and initiate with Arbiters of Hexus.
You are on the verge of a new truth. You honor us, Tenno. Will these help you?
I'm never actually going to wear any of these sigils, but I guess I would pick this one because it looks the neatest. At least to me. Because of the way we're doing this, we're going to get all of our Arbiters of Hexus rep through Cephalon Suda. So, we're going to do that. And now we actually can earn rep with them. Alright, and then back at it. So, there's a Syndicate defense mission here, or a regular mobile defense mission. Cephalon Suda defense. Unfortunately, doing the rep mission won't help. Won't clear the node. And if you are going to do a mission for a faction reputation, you want to do it after you've already reached your daily cap, because this will give you reputation in addition to that. And yes, I've checked a couple of different times. So you definitely want to do this. We want to do this. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it after we've reached the daily cap. So we're going to do the regular mobile defense mission.
This is a mobile defense mission. You must deliver payloads and defend a number of
All
locations
right.
while I break into the network. Be prepared for heavy resistance.
And as you get used to this, you'll get used to reading the map. I could tell from the way the icon was laid out that where I wanted to go was past that elevator.
Here's a terminal.
But it's the sort of thing you can only really tell once you've played the game a bit.
I am Tenno. This will take
Really?
a moment.
Weird. Fortunately, as long as they're shooting at me, they're not shooting at our computer system, so... Also, as long as they're standing around stunned because I hit them with electricity, they're not shooting at our computer system, so... Either way, this works for us. But Volt is very good against the Corpus because they do not react very well to electrical overloads. Their machinery doesn't like it at all, and frankly, neither do their people. Yeah, I have potato aim.
I need access to a terminal. Find one and patch me in.
And yes, in general, you want to be using the bullet jump to cover as much distance as possible. It is the sort of thing that you can only... It's literally practice makes perfect. You need to be doing this a lot. I've spent the last 6 months playing this game pretty much every day. That's not entirely true because of health things, but a lot. And I've gotten much better at it. I also picked up a couple of tips from watching people who are better at this game than I am. So, definitely practice that movement. And in particular, I gotta tell you, the number one thing that I have learned isn't how to do a bullet jump. It isn't always be running everywhere. It's that if you think you can't make a jump, you probably can. Because the amount of distance a Warframe can cover in a jump is actually really impressively terrifying. Especially if you hold off on hitting the double jump button until you've moved a fair amount already. You can cover some truly impressive and terrifying distances.
Area completed. Move on.
Yep, back this way. Okay.
Location reached.
All right.
And defend our position. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
The Oxym Ospreys are always tougher. Alright. So these are nullifiers. Oddly enough, as much as Volt relies on his powers, since none of them are persistent, he can run into their bubble. But Rhino, I always hate nullifiers more simply because they can strip his iron skin, and that's... oh, man. Rhino without his iron skin feels like walking around naked. You just don't want to do it.
The odds were against us, Tenno. But we
Sweet.
did it.
We are leaving. Alright. That was pretty good. We're ranking up our weapons here. We're finally getting some good rep with Arbiters of Hexus 2 as well as Cephalon Suda. Did we get any neural sensors? We did not. Sad. Alright. Carpo, which is an exterminate mission. Alright.
Eliminate all corpus threats.
Oh, that shouldn't be too hard. Oh, it's shooting through the wall. I do find it interesting that not a lot of people are doing these missions, but not super surprising. Because I think a lot of people are running around doing Fortuna. But, I mean, aside from waiting for bug fixes, honestly, there's a lot of new content that they put in Fortuna, and I'm really excited for it. But there is a lot of things a new player really should have before they go to Fortuna. Because there are things that you are really going to want if you're going to be doing Fortuna. Like, you want an arc. If you were a brand new player, in theory, you can go to Fortuna before you have an Arcwing, but you really want an Arcwing. Because it makes getting around Fortuna much faster. Hello. You think your bubble's going to protect you from me? You are wrong. It's my oh, they want pistol kill. They're out of luck. Some levels I'm totally into that. This one... Oh hey, it's an arson excellence. Guess what? You're gonna get beat to death. Alright. Alright, so they're dropping salvage. Ah, okay. Ah, there we go. Energy. Delightful. Now, if only they would. If only somebody would drop some... neural sensors. Hi there. Yeah, but I don't want to turn off the alarm. I want them to know that I'm here. I want them to know that I'm coming for them. I want them to come find me. It's so much easier than running after them. Frame fighter data. Ooh, and neural sensors. Delightful. Frame fighter data for Valkyr. Actually, that makes sense since you get her from the boss from this planet.
You've been locked out.
Well, the thing about K-Drive is that it's fairly fast, but it doesn't beat the vertical movement of an Arcwing. The ability to just go over stuff is not to be underestimated. Even if you're not fully maxed, even if you don't have like a fully maxed out Itzel, which is the fastest Arcwing, just the ability to say, I'm going to go over this mountain instead of having to go around it is pretty handy. Now, I do understand that there are some advantages to K-Drives, like if you're doing the hunting quest where you're trying to do conservation to get floofs or hopefully eventually pets for your orbiter. I know that so much of the community wants that, much more than they want. The floofs are nice, but I know a lot of people are like, just give me pets. Apparently you can keep those equipped. You can keep that weapon equipped while you're using a K-Drive, but you can't with an Arcwing. I have a feeling that may be something that gets changed because I sense a lot of complaining in the future. But just the ability to fly over obstacles is extremely handy and hard to duplicate. I'm not saying you can't do a K-Drive, I just think a lot of people are going to be a lot happier if they actually have an Arcwing and an Arcwing launcher.
Well executed.
Alright, neural sensors, so I know what we're building next. Because we have so many things that need neural sensors. So the next thing we're going to build is the neuroptics. And I may take a side trip to go get those argon crystals because I would really like to have me a Limbo Prime the next time. Well, given the fact that I'm actually planning to stream the next couple of days, I don't think that it won't be done by then, but I really like me Limbo Prime. He is a very good frame. So, and I'm amused that we're going to get him before we get regular Limbo, but, you know, it is what it is. Also, if somebody doesn't want to spend the 80 Platinum for Limbo Prime, and I totally understand that, his quest is one of the few quests that actually gives you a complete frame at the end of it, as opposed to giving you a blueprint and then saying, hey, go here if you want the parts. So, you can end up with a full Limbo. And hey, if we do this, we're actually doing the new Strange before it says before we do the junction that's supposed to give us the new Strange. But that's okay. But we're gonna do the junction. At least. I should have brought a different build to this. I don't think I can change it in here. Nope. Okay. So we're going to turn around and we're going to leave. I'm going to go switch builds real quick and then we're going to come back and do this. Because I should not have brought my grinding build. I should have brought my get stuff done build. We also, when we hit MR6, we got another loadout slot, but I'm honestly not sure what we should... We don't have anything that really needs a loadout right now, since we only have 3 frames. And we've got get stuff done, stealth, and grinding, so... But yes, this is the loadout that I want to take to go do that junction. Not that I think it's going to be particularly hard, but... Yeah, that's cute. I love the heck. It solves so many problems. I do also like these cutscenes. They're pretty cool. Oh, yes, I need to change that. Okay. So, Physique is an interesting aura. Increases your maximum health. Honestly, you don't see a lot of call for it in the community just because there are a couple of auras that are in the meta, and for good reason. Sadly, the Sestra as a weapon is hard MR fodder. It's just not very good. We're not going to be building it until much later because we're actually going to need to build 2 of them because we're going to want to then build them into the dual Sestra, and it's a thing that can wait. We're already doing the new Strange. In theory, we could start doing the Limbo Theorem, but that is a mission that requires a lot of Arcwing, and I don't know that we want to do that right now. My old nemesis Europa. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I hate this planet. I hate this planet because I don't like the way the tile sets are laid out. It's very easy to get lost or get stuck in places. However, it is worth noting that if you go through here, well, first of all, one of the other things is, so we have to go up here to Nama. I'll never know what to do with the double A sounds because we don't do that in English. It's a thing that comes from other languages. But I'm going to go with Nama right here. This is where the boss fight is. If you want to get to the Void, though, you have to go over this way. And in general, you will want to go to the Void because this arm of the Void that starts from Phobos, this is great if you're farming, say, Argon crystals, because you can get them from here, and Hepit in particular is a fairly easy place to get Argon crystals because you run in, you kill the capture target, you capture them, and then you spend 20 minutes looking through everything on the level for Argon crystals. But there are some mods that drop from the Void that are very, very good. And they actually don't drop on this arm. You need to be on one of these arms. So this arm is the first place we would be able to get some of those mods. So we will probably actually do Hepit when we decide we want to get the Argon crystals for Limbo Prime. I need to go change the appearance of this loadout because we're back to grinding Cephalon Pseudo rep, so we're going to want to make sure we do that. And understand when I say change the appearance, I really mean just switch to another tab that looks almost identical, except that it's got the Cephalon Pseudo symbol on it. So, and as I recall, the symbol's on the back. Nope. I guess it's on the front. We made it completely invisible. That's nice. I mean, like, literally can't even see it. Okay, so we're going to do this. There's some faint shimmering, but not enough that it disrupts our fashion frame. And actually, it looks kind of cool. Sorry, don't mind me. I'm contemplating whether or not I want to go get those argon crystals so I can get moving on Limbo Prime, or if I want to go do Europa. And honestly, I think I'm going to go do those argon crystals just because I hate Europa. I mean, we're going to have to do it. It is one of those things we're just going to have to go do. But for the moment, we're going to go to the Void, and we're going to do Hepit. Let's see if we can't get a couple of argon crystals. And the reason I'm taking this loadout instead of my grinding loadout is because capture targets are immune to most powers. So you want to bring a weapon with big damage, and
you must find, capture, and extract our
Rhino's iron skin helps us.
Target here, Hunter. I sense it.
Really?
Track it with the synthesis scan.
Interesting.
Don't let it escape.
target located. Bring them in.
Rhino's iron skin helps us avoid a lot of trouble. Hey, argon crystals, what do you know? Also, while you're doing this, you're vulnerable.
The capture target has vital information that we'll need to extract. We need our subject brought back alive. Mission complete. The captive has been escorted to the extraction point. Well done.
Alright. Then, since there is apparently a synthesis target here somewhere. Oh, we're at our cap, though. No, so we don't care. What we do care about is argon crystals, though, because we need at least one more. God, I love the sound of the heck. This is such a good weapon. And I know that wasn't the capture target because nothing that we have is strong enough to take out a capture target in one shot. What am I doing? I wanted to bring up this map because I want to go back and look at all of the places. We're looking for anything and everything that might have argon crystals because we need 2. We already have 1, which is nice. And so I'm sure that Off Topic over here knows this, but anybody who is new to the game, you only come and get argon crystals when you need them because they are the only resource in the game that decays. Ooh. We are actually getting some good stuff. We got Hush, which is... We'll now turn all of our rifles into silent, which means we can now use a sniper rifle on stealth missions if we want to, and we might want to. Because as much as I love the Dread, it doesn't have the kind of range that the Vectis Prime has. I love my little targeting laser over here. Alright, okay. Ooh. Oh, it's a challenge room. I hate that. There's been that bug for the last couple of patches where if you slide across the threshold of some of these rooms, it causes you to res out and then res in again. Oh crap, I hate this maze. It always ends up killing me because I always end up hitting the lasers on the way down. Nice, we actually managed to get through it. I almost always die on that one. I think it's because I had a fresh iron skin that we didn't. By the way, one of the reasons why I love Limbo is exactly for those kinds of things, because he can just, his passive ability is that he can jump into a plane called the Rift, and he is mostly immune to damage in the Rift. And when I say mostly, I mean there's like 3 things in the entire game that can actually hurt him. The rest of the time he's completely invulnerable. So, people shoot at him and he laughs. Death traps, he just walks through like they don't exist, because they don't for him. It's great. Okay. Okay, so searching for all the things. Don't run through these death lasers if you can avoid it. Just blow them up. I think bad guys are on the other side of that door. Alright. All I want is a second Argon crystal. Is that really too much to ask? Never said I was a great shot. Now, fortunately, since this is a capture mission, at least in theory, at a certain point, we should stop running into enemies because they stop spawning once you hit the capture target. In theory. Come on, give me that sweet, sweet Argon crystal. That's all I really want. There we go! Hey, we got 3 of them. That's nice. I don't know what we're going to do with a third... No, wait, I know exactly what we're going to do with a third Argon crystal. Ooh. Control modules. Not that we are anywhere near as desperate for them as we were at the start of the game, but still. And yes, I'm continuing to look for resources because since I don't come to the Void that often, we may as well take advantage of it while we're here. Oh, that's interesting. You don't see those that often, but just occasionally they will spawn in weird places. Ah. I always think it's really... I think it's interesting and weird that... So one of the things that's really great about Warframe is the smoothness of the movement. And yet they have all of these little nooks and crannies that you can catch on. Which I guess is good for forcing you to get better at the movement. But it still seems like they could do better. Of course, I also understand that some of these things were put into the game before Parkour 2.0 was. So it could be a remnant of the old movement, before our current movement system. Oh, that's so cute. I love it when they get so caught up in hiding and then the AI says, "Oh, you go back to an unalerted state," and they just kind of stay there and aren't paying attention anymore. I'll be perfectly honest, I don't know that there's anything we would want to use a 4th Argon Crystal on. But I'm going to check and see if we can find one anyway. Wow, seriously? So this is a second... This is a second puzzle room. You don't find more than one of them on the same map that often, but here we are. This one I'm much better at. The key to this one is, so you go past those lasers, and then the place that you need to hit is this spot on this platform. Because they set it up to make you think it's this one, but it's that spot over there. And that will get you through this doorway to where there's a whole bunch of containers. And even though we're not in the arm of the Void that has all of the really good mods, it's still worth doing just because you can get a whole bunch of materials. See? Argon crystals. Also continuity, which, let's be honest, even though we have one, that's one of those mods that every new player needs at least a couple of. Wait, did I see? Yep, okay. No, that door never leads anywhere from what I can tell. Yeah, this puzzle room I actually see a lot. Usually I see it at Maru's, but I've also run into it just in general. Also, this particular container drove me mad because I would see the little mark for it on my map, but I wouldn't actually be able to find it. It wasn't until I watched one of Brozine's playthroughs that I saw him find it and shoot it, and I was like, oh, that's where that is. Okay. Drove me nuts. I hate missing stuff. At least on this arm of the Void, you don't really get much of anything interesting out of it, but it's nice to know where it is. Also, whenever you see this, that means that there is a room up here that usually has at least some lockers and sometimes some containers in it. It's actually easier to miss when it's just the lockers like it is now because you don't get the little pips. For some reason, lockers don't show up on the mini-map with, like, Thieves' Wit or Animal Instinct on your Sentinel. I don't know why, and I think that's really annoying, but it is what it is. Yeah, as you go further and further along, you'll learn to look through all of these things. Also, I will admit, I'm not the best when it comes to exploring the maps, but I watch a lot of other people play this game, so I've picked up a lot of tips from that as well. That said, there are still some places that I regularly miss, just because I don't think to look for them. By the way, here's another one of those things. Since there's just lockers down here, the chances of you finding it on accident... Because I had to look around because I was like, where are these... there were some crates in here on one of the map, and I was like, where are these crates? Why can't I find these crates? And eventually I looked down here and saw, oh, okay. Unfortunately, the problem with this is it's very easy to get knocked out. And when you're playing like Rhino, every time you get knocked off the edge of the map, you end up having to renew your iron skin, which is less annoying at this point. But because we don't have too many enemies, and we have plenty of energy. But man, sometimes it's just really annoying. What? Oh, okay. There we go. So, as something, another thing to point out for new players, and I do this every time I come into this room because this stream is for newer players. So these sentinels, these sentries, are completely immune to damage until you crack open these particular containers. And it's the containers. The lockers don't count, but it's the containers that will cause them to activate, which means if you are playing a build that can crack all the containers simultaneously, all 4 of these will animate, and that one down there. So keep that in mind and be prepared for it. So if you want to do it the cautious way, you'll open 1 container at a time, and then you'll come down here and wait for one of them to start shooting at you, and then you'll blow it to Kingdom Come. Unfortunately, the thing we can't control is our Syndicate proc went off, and now all of them are attacking. Fortunately, we are Rhino. We don't care. But that is one of those things you need to be a little bit careful about. Because if you are unprepared and you are playing a squishy frame like, say, Volt, you may find yourself going, oh, crap, and having to run out of the room and come back and take care of them slowly. Let's see, does this open? Yes, but it doesn't lead anywhere. Okay. Yeah, like I said, always keep in mind that you are a Tenno. Your ability to jump extremely long distances is not to be underestimated. Yeah, you'll notice we're not running into any enemies. Those little turrets don't count because they're part of the architecture, but we're not running into any enemies anymore because we hit the capture target and we killed everyone else or outran them. Wow. This is an unusually large map. You have to be fairly close for that to happen. Okay. See, is there anything? Nope. By the way, there are some versions of this where the door will be locked and you have to go up here and activate a console in the middle, and it'll take you down into the room. Obviously, that didn't happen this time, but also, those plates are usually for a booby trap. Like the one we just ran across. Usually those explode after taking that much damage. Yeah, I don't care that the daily affiliation has been reached. I'm scanning it because I like to scan things. That's why I want unlimited scanners for my Helios so badly. Because then Helios can take care of it while I'm busy blowing the crap out of enemies. Alright. And is this door open? Yes, but it doesn't lead anywhere. Now, one of the things I want to point out, because I run into this a lot, is... Really? Okay. So, I spend a lot of time on my missions running around, opening every container, at least on this account, because... Well, this account badly needs resources, and honestly, most new players do. Once you get to the point where you have... Oh, that's the synthesis target.
All right, Hunter. I will reward you should you perform synthesis.
May as well. We're not going to get anything off of it, but...
You impress me, Hunter. This specimen will
I don't want to listen to Samaras
Sanctuary.
whine if we had ended up killing the thing, and I'm not going to just stand there and let it attack me. So... But... When you're a new player, when you just start on this game, you are always in desperate need of resources. So, I always run around opening every container. You will eventually get to a point, though, where you have so many of the common resources that you stop. Now, admittedly, in the Void, if I'm looking for argon crystals, which is exactly what we were doing, hey, it's another one of these rooms. If I'm looking for argon crystals, I will still open every container. You have to, because any of them could have argon crystals in them. Not all of them will, but they could. But I spend a lot less time doing that in general on most maps. Control modules. And hey, look, an I-10 Amber Star. That's very nice. We're nowhere near arbitrations, but just in general. Actually, I think we have a couple of sculptures that need Amber Stars. So... Or is it this one? No? Okay. Doesn't look like that triggered any of them. May as well reload while we're at it. And yeah, it takes a couple of seconds, so... If you take your time and do it carefully, though, you can do them one at a time. When you eventually get to much higher levels and are much more capable than we are right now, you'll kind of just crack them all and then kill all of the sentries in short order because they are not very dangerous to you. Really? I guess we did them all. Okay. And then... apparently we missed a container in a previous room. And we can see it through the wall. Or at least sense it through the wall. Well, if we're going to be thorough, we need to be thorough. So... I guess we're going back. Shouldn't take that long. Ooh, hey look! That's not a container. It's more argon crystals. So that's 6 of them we have now. That's not bad for one mission, even though that took us probably like, what, 20 minutes? $25. We got 2 Iatan stars out of it though, 6 argon crystals, some nav coordinates, a fair amount of ferrite. And some interesting let's see here. Alright. We got 2 finishing touch, which is very handy if we decide we want to build, when we decide we want to build that Zaw dagger that we have the parts for. Hawkeye, plus 20 zoom for a pistol. I know no one who actually uses that. Okay. So. Pretty sure we only have... Oh. I'd forgotten we had that, but we don't have enough alloy plate, and we definitely don't have enough genetic codes, so... However, one thing we can go get. So we can go get the blueprint for the incubator starter, the incubator core, power core, because that requires argon crystals. And we are, at the very least, we are going to want to use... We're going to want to have that blueprint. I wonder. Yeah, I was afraid. I figured. It only shows us the decorations. It doesn't show us all of the weapons that require argon crystals. Normally I wouldn't even be bothering, but we're going to do this. And we're looking for weapons that probably require an argon crystal. I think the Toncore does? Yeah. But that's 90,000 credits between the blueprint cost and the build cost. And the Tetra... No. Okay. We're going to end up getting this blueprint from a later... Yeah. We're going to end up getting this blueprint from a junction later, which I think is weird since it's an MR2 blueprint that you get from much later. Ooh, the Sonicore. So I recall that takes argon crystals, but it takes plastids, which we don't have enough of. Dang, because with 20,000 for the blueprint and 20,000 for the crafting, this is actually a very good weapon. It's very good crowd control. It also does pretty good damage. I made the mistake of paying platinum for this weapon, and I regret that I paid platinum for it on my other account, but I don't regret having it because it is a weapon that came in very, very handy in a lot of circumstances. Okay, no. Let's check out melee weapons. As I recall, this does not require argon crystals. It requires, yeah. Although, we might want to start doing that because building into this line of weaponry is something we are eventually going to want to do. Requires a dual Zoran and an Atomos. That explains why I still haven't built that. I forgot about that. We could do... I mean, this is not, from what I understand, this is not a particularly good weapon, but for 40,000 credits, the ability to get it... I honestly don't know. The thing is, if we're going to do something with them, we need to do something with those argon crystals before they disappear. Or we just need to accept that we're not going to do anything with them. And... what do you think? Off topic. Fair enough. Honestly, we got so many things that are so much easier to build. I think we're just going to have to accept that those argon crystals are probably going to go to waste, as it were. Still, we got that node cleared. We got the limbo parts building, which is good because I want that. I really like Limbo Prime. Right, those require an Onkros. This also requires 2 argon crystals, and I know that a lot of people really like this weapon. I actually prefer my Zaws, but yeah, the stream delay is a bit of a thing. I think I need to adjust some settings in my streaming, but tell you what I'm going to do. I need to use the restroom real quick, so I'm going to ponder this for a little bit whilst I use the restroom, and I will be right back. Alright, so, having taken a few moments to think about it, I've decided that 80,000 credits for 2 weapons, at least one of which is probably pretty good, and the other one I've never actually used, but at the very least we could get the MR out of it. And especially with the Twitch drops making it rain, we're just going to go ahead and get the blueprints for the Artax and the Volnus. We're going to set them up to build, because even if we don't end up taking them out of our foundry anytime soon, I mean they can sit in our foundry until DE shuts the game down if we want them to. So we're going to go ahead and build these. All right. So, now that we've gotten all of that done, I think there's no putting it off any further. We're going to have to go and do some of Europa, because we need to do that. So let me double check. Oh, that's interesting. We just have to do Baal. We don't actually have to do the boss. That's interesting. Okay. Because as I recall, the boss is over here. We just need to get to here. Well then. There's an invasion. That's interesting. What's the normal mission? Mobile defense corpus. Or we can do an infested outbreak for Mutilist Alid V coordinates. I mean, we are eventually going to need the Mutilist Alid V coordinates, but I think right now I just want to get this done as quickly as possible. I don't want to have to do multiple missions on this or do a mission multiple times on this planet. I hate the architecture of these tile sets. This person is totally lost, which is not surprising.
I need access to a terminal. Find one and patch me in.
Like I said, I hate this planet. So many dead ends and so many routes that just don't make any sense. Also, the fact that so many of the
and defend our position.
that so many of the maps are off kilter. It's really annoying. Oh, they want swordsmen. I want melee kills. Well, I can oblige that.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
Yep. I will say this though, they do give us many more enemies to chop through. I do love that. We kill an Eximus enemy and boom, the whole room goes up.
We're finished here. Move on.
Ooh. Fortunately, I've done this section of the map often enough that I have a pretty good idea where we're going. Oh, crud. Can we maybe? We maybe can? Probably not. Oh, nope. Oh, yes. Alright. I hate this map. I hate these maps. I know I keep saying that, but I mean, really.
Here is a terminal. Get me in and get ready to defend.
When I eventually have to clear this planet to do Arby's,
This will take a moment.
this is gonna be the last planet that I do. I hate these maps.
Still working on it. Continue to defend.
I hate nullifiers.
Area completed. Move on.
Apparently they are unconcerned by nullifier bubbles. I envy them.
Terminal spotted. Upload me and prepare to defend. I'm in, Tenno. This will take a moment.
Alright. Oh, wait. Nullifier. You know what? I think I'm just gonna stick with my my Tomos for now.
Still working on it.
Much as I love that
Continue to
Syndicate
defend.
proc, the Tomos seems like the better choice. I had a feeling that there were bad guys coming up behind us.
The odds were against us, Tenno, but we did it. Mission complete.
All right. Wouldn't think of Rhino as a high flyer, but
Mission complete. Excellent.
we're
work.
Tenno, we are. I took 1% damage? When did I take 1% damage? Usually I take 0 as Rhino. Alright. That reminds me, we're running around as Rhino. Is there anything? See, I have several reactors that I could put into Rhino. But the question is, do I really need to? And did the stream freeze? Because it looks like it on my screen, but that could just be on my end. Yeah. So there are some things I could put on here, but really the big thing is excuse me. So these two slots are going to be for Ironclad Charge and I forget what the name of the other one is, but there's two mods. There's a mod that lets you remove your iron skin and then so that you can reapply it whenever you have the energy to do so. And then Ironclad Charge lets you have ridiculously high iron skin. And then eventually I'm going to want to swap out Thieves' Wit for Continuity and probably Intensify. Or even better, Primed Continuity. And, well, there isn't a Primed Intensify yet, but hopefully there will be someday. But we're a while off from that. You know, I think for the moment, although now that I think upon it, let's see if we can, what it'll cost to improve these. Steel fiber is an easy one because I know that at the moment I only have it on Rhino. And then I'm less immediately concerned about the credits. Okay, good. So we didn't get a warning that says this won't fit in any of our other... So that's already going to be a significant improvement. By the way, I've said this before, but if you're not sure what to spend your money and your time on, your first priority almost universally is going to be improving mods, because weapons and to a certain extent warframes are going to come and go, but mods will transfer a lot. Like Vitality and Steel Fiber are things that go on almost any tanky frame, and really Vitality on almost every frame. There are a few exceptions, but they are definitely the exceptions. Stretch and Streamline get put on a lot of things. Thieves' Wit not as much. I'm using that mostly because at the moment I don't have Animal Instinct to put on one of my Sentinels. So but investing in mods is almost always worthwhile. Speaking of which, I don't know that that I can afford to spend this kind of money right at the moment, not when we're under 100,000 credits. But that is definitely something we need to look into. If we have the capacity to increase our Hornet Strike, that is definitely something we're going to want to do. Because extra damage is always a good thing. I think we're more or less, we're more or less as good as we can be over here until we get... What we really need to do is we need to throw a Forma on here. Probably starting with Hell's Chamber. since that is by far our most expensive mod. And that would probably give us enough room for point blank. Let's see here. Oh boy. Sorry, my mouse gets weird sometimes. There we go. Okay, sorry. I know watching me mod my gear isn't the most exciting thing in the world, but it's something that needs to be looked at and attended to. So say, we can't get to Mithra. We can't get to that. I swear sometimes. Oh, good grief. Interception. I actually kind of like interception missions, but they're only good when you have a full team. If it's just you, then they are no fun at all.
Towers. Capture the towers and remain in control long enough to decode incoming messages.
Fortunately, these might be close enough that we can do them all by ourselves.
Tower captured. Beginning stream decode now. This tower is ours now.
Yeah, but we're about to lose C.
The enemy has captured the tower.
You know what, since it seems like most of the enemies are going to be coming from this direction, I think we're going to leave that one for last.
You have captured a radio tower. The enemy have taken the tower. You must recapture it.
This is not good. Alright.
Tower online. This tower is ours now. Tower lost. Tower online.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. There's just not enough of me to go around for this. Oh, they're attacking both B and D.
You have captured a radio tower. Tower captured. Beginning stream decode now.
Yeah, they're attacking C, but that's okay. Also, fortunately, we only have to do one round of this. We can only do So we can do it once, and if we succeed, which it looks like we might, because they're not.
Captured a radio tower.
Because it looks like they're mostly attacking. They're mostly interested in attacking me.
The enemy has captured a tower.
Still, we're slightly ahead, and if we can get this tower back, which it looks like we're gonna.
This tower is ours now. We have lost control of a tower. Tower online.
Yeah, but it's difficult to get a dominating victory when you're the only one on the field.
We have control of all 4 towers. We have successfully
What the heck?
decoded the message. Clear the area.
Oh, we're out of ammo. What, did they just not drop any pistol ammo? Doesn't matter.
The enemy have deployed fierce reinforcements. Are you willing to stay and decode more messages?
Nope. We're leaving.
Good work today. Not only have we decoded the enemy transmissions,
Because we are mostly
we have
here
also
to
disrupted
clear
their
the node.
communications.
Oh, okay. No, we're most definitely not repeating that mission. Also, now that I think about it, I should switch over to the Corpus build on my Atomos. Oh! Apparently, it's been a while since I did this one. Okay, so... Okay. Cracker, pistol gambit, heated charge for some extra damage. Yeah, no, I think... So we'll swap that over. Yeah, the big thing is, well, I guess more... And in particular, if we're doing Corpus, I guess electrical damage wouldn't be terrible. So, we'll do this for now. Oh, for the love of Bob. A hijack mission. Okay. We'll go ahead and do it. For anyone who's watching this later or, is wondering what I was thinking about, so one of the Warframes I'm seriously considering buying, Haro, is extremely good at hijack missions.
A Corpus rover loaded with valuable cargo and escorted to our extraction point. We have to move quickly. Once the Corpus realize what we were trying to do, they will use everything they can to stop us. Keep going.
I was contemplating
Nobody
going and
knows
buying
you're here.
him. Since I'm probably going to anyway.
The rover is active, but wait. The Corpus have remotely corrupted its power cell. Hold on. I will reconfigure the rover to draw power from your shields.
Somebody dropped some energy already. Oh, screw it. I don't have time for this.
The Corpus are pulling back the rover. You need to stay close to maintain control. So far, so good.
Okay, so we're going to move over here, give our shields time to regenerate.
The Corpus have regained control of the rover.
Despite not having very high shields, Rhino isn't bad for this kind of mission, simply because other frames that might have higher shields will have problems if their shields run out and they're forced to do battle. Rhino, because of his iron skin, is like, I don't care.
Keep going. That rover's contents will be a huge boost to our cause. The rover is reversing. Get back in range as soon as possible.
Yes, Lotus. Thank you, Lotus. Did I run out of ammo again?
It's reversing. Get back in range as soon as possible.
Why can't these guys drop pistol ammo?
You have almost reached the extraction point. Keep fighting. rover is taking damage. The Corpus would rather destroy it than let us escape with its cargo. Back the rover. You need to stay close to maintain control. We've got robots inbound.
Of course you got robots inbound. It's the Corpus.
Control of the rover.
Really? Okay. Yeah. We should be due for another drop any time now, but in the meantime... Oh. Yeah. Alright, so I decided to take the jump and buy Haro because he's a good frame, and the next time we have to do a hijack mission, we're definitely going to want him. Also, he's just generally very good. So, with that in mind, I think the blue. Since we're using the basic colors here, oh, that does look nice. Then I think maybe we're going to go back here and do... No. Well, okay, so we're going to do tertiary. We're going to turn back to green. Then You know, actually, that does look pretty good. I don't know what's up with the cloth at the front here. Okay. And then the accents are kind of a metallic color. I mean, look at that back. That back looks really cool. Honestly, they look best. I wonder, can we... Well, that's kind of a bronze color. What do I think? Yeah, because the golden color looks much better there. Oh, that looks like kind of a faded gold. Ooh, that's good. We can work with that. That looks sufficiently golden. I like it. Hmm. I think we're going to leave the energy color for the moment. Ooh, although I forgot we have the Halloween colors. And then for the accents, I think we're going to go over here to the Halloween colors and see if we can find a nice golden color. Ooh, yes. Although that's very interesting too. Also, we're going to add that to favorites. And that to favorites for easy finding. Not bad for fairly basic fashion possibilities. And then because of the way his abilities work, we're always going to want him to have a sniper rifle. I mean, do we even have anything else that's good? Not really. Okay. Not too bad with the default colors, although... Okay, so let me explain why Haro is so good for hijack missions in particular, but also for certain missions in general. So, his first ability, Condemn, casts a wave of energy that, when it hits enemies, gives him shields. And yes, I've tried this before. You can do that from the back of a Corpus rover that is drawing from your shields, and it will still give you shields. Also, so not only does he have very high shields naturally, but his passive, see where it says overshields cap doubled? What that means is that the maximum amount of shields that so you have your normal maximum, and then you have what are called overshields, which are things that you generally get from abilities. And there's a cap on it. I think it's normally double whatever your regular shields are. since that cap is doubled, I believe that gives him something like 3 or 4 times the normal maximum of shields. So not only does he have a lot of shields not only does he have a lot of shields, but he can replenish his shields using one of his abilities, which is something a lot of other Warframes can't do. So that's his first ability. His second ability is Penance, which you can sacrifice your presumably huge amounts of shields to boost your reload and fire rate, and then convert damage inflicted into health for Haro and his allies. So, in particular, you can use this ability, you can sacrifice a huge boatload of shields, and then you can build your shields back up using your first ability. So this synergizes very well. His third ability, Thurible. Channel Haro's energy into the Thurible to generate a buff. Once finished, kill enemies to bestow nearby allies with a burst of energy. The more energy channeled, the greater the reward for each kill. Headshots produce extra energy. So first of all, this allows you to kill enemies to get energy back after you've just spent a whole bunch of energy. Secondly, because Condemn is a hard stun, it locks enemies in place. The posture it locks them into makes it very easy to headshot them. So if you hit them with this after you've used Thurible, if you then have some energy to hit them with Condemn, you can then headshot them real easily and get a lot of energy back. And then his last ability, and this is part of the reason why he is in the meta for certain things, is Covenant. Protect nearby allies with an energy force that absorbs all damage and converts it into a critical chance bonus for all those under the Covenant. Headshots are amplified even further. So, basically, for a certain period of time, however long the ability lasts, you make your allies completely immune to damage. Think about that for a minute. Completely immune to damage. That means if you have a boss that has a major damage phase, you can make your allies completely immune. And then when that phase ends, you can make it so that they have enhanced critical chance and headshots do even more damage. So, between these two abilities, you want to be able to headshot a lot as Haro, which is why we want a sniper rifle. Okay? You can give yourself and your team energy, although it is important to note with Thurible, you have to be the one getting the kills. Your team kills don't count. Sad. And then with Penance, you can give your team and yourself health, and you can rebuild your shields with Condemn. This is a kit that plays very well within its own abilities, and is helpful to other people because you can make your entire team invulnerable for a brief period of time. This is the reason why, in particular with the Eidolon hunts, and I suspect, though I cannot confirm because it isn't in the game yet, with the big hunts out in Orvalis, this is why Haro is in the meta, because he can make his entire team immune to the massive damage that the Eidolons can do. It's a thing. We'll get into Eidolon hunting when we get there. For the moment, we are not even close to being able to do that. But we'll get into Eidolon hunting when we get there. But Haro can make his team immune to that damage, and then make it so that his team dishes out huge amounts of damage. And in particular, it's worth noting, at least on the Eidolons, they have huge heads. So it's very easy to headshot them. You know, as much as I like the green-blue appearance, it's just not working for me. I think I'm going to dig into the Halloween colors a little bit more and see if I can't find a good combination. And then over in the Halloween colors, I don't want to do all red. Oh, and that yellow, those yellows do not color well on him. Maybe I'll stick with the blue. The blue-red, it looks good. The blue-red is workable. It would be nice if we had a black, but unfortunately we don't. We could do a white. Red and white's not bad. No, I like the blue's growing on me. That does mean, though, that we need to do... Oh, yes. We are not doing a cyan dawn on him because I think the back just looks so good. I'm like, why would you want to cover that up with a cyan donna? But what we are going to do is we are going to add an emblem. So we're going to equip that, and then we are going to do that, and then see if we can't... Hey, look, almost invisible. Perfect. And then, as we are wont to do, we're going to go over here and do basically the same thing again. I like his noble animation. I think it's a very nice... I wonder if we do, and then well, that's not bad looking either. And then make the accents that gold color. The energy that red color. And then appearance, regular, front. I love the fact that they have this in here that we can just do. Okay. And then we'll do this. And then that's pretty much invisible. So that's our Steel Meridian build for Steel Meridian rep. And since the colors are basically reversed, we can tell them apart very easily. Although, actually, I think I may like the mostly red with the blue outline. So I think we're actually going to flip that over here too. Yeah, that does look really good. And then we can barely tell that's there, but let's see, is it any better? It's a little harder to see with the red. It's basically invisible. Okay. What this does mean, though, is that we're going to need to change the appearance of Arthectus Prime. Oh, that's very spiffy. That's very nice, very fitting. And then we're going to go over here and do... I think on this one we're going to need to do blue primary. Yeah. And then... Okay. And then this is going to have to be... Yeah, because that way we have some contrast. Still, very nice. And then we can't fashion our Zaw, sadly. But we can change the appearance of our Artax. I wonder if we... Why did they do that? Better. Now we actually have to put mods in him, now that we've done our faction. Fortunately, let's see here. Now he can give himself energy, so we're going to want to do corrosive projection. And then we're going to want to put in a redirection. We're going to go over here to mods. And we're going to see if we can't bump this up a couple of points, because up until now we haven't really needed to. Yeah. We can easily afford it in terms of Endo, and we want him to have a bunch of shields. It's very important. I want to point out that this means that at base he has 570 shields. That's a lot of shields. We're going to put in a flow because we want him to have more energy. Let's see if we can afford. Yeah, we'll do it. We want him to have more energy. And then we still have a bunch of rooms, so we're going to do continuity. And we're going to do stretch because that'll give him extra range. I'm not worried about intensify because I don't think it matters yet, but we want his stun to last as long as possible, and we want it to have as much range as possible, since that's what he has primarily right now. And then when we can, we're going to want to add streamline in order to make his abilities more efficient. I do think his energy return scales with ability strength, but if we're killing a lot of enemies, then that's less of an issue. Okay, but still, we are at... That is the thing we're going to have to work up later. We're going to go back over here to Rhino with our Heck. Okay, we're still on Corpus. Do I have a Corpus build? I do have a Corpus build. Does magnetic and gas. Fantastic. Wait, did I see something about plastids? Spy mission on Venus for plastids. We do need more plastids. It's a spy mission versus the infestation, too. Yeah, we're gonna do that, and we're gonna do it smash and grab style. Oh, crap. We're gonna put that one on friends only, because we don't want somebody running in on our spy mission whilst we're in the midst of doing it. In particular, since we're doing it smash and grab style, we don't want to ruin somebody else's carefully laid out spy plans.
And steal any intelligence files you find.
Well, they made that very simple. I guess we're going left. We're Rhino, we don't care.
Console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data. Tenno, be on the lookout for increased security measures.
Oh, right, it's this one.
Keep going. Nobody knows you're here.
I mean, just because we don't really care that much doesn't mean we're going to be stupid about it.
Excellent work. A clean extraction with no alarms.
All right.
You're nearing the console. Trigger the alarms now, and they will start destroying the data. Alarms. Data destruction is imminent. You need to hurry.
Mostly because they're physically in my way. Ah, heck with it.
You got it. The data is still intact.
So that reminds me, we're going to have to build a couple of ciphers when we get back, because I always want to have at least 10. Not that you're ever going to need 10 on a mission, but occasionally... But I like to be over-prepared. Oh, okay. It's down here. Man, I love being Rhino sometimes. If I were playing Volt, I'd be like, dang it, Toxin. I'm playing Rhino. Rhino doesn't care.
Console is nearby. If you trigger the alarms now, the enemy will start destroying data.
Would you please? That was weird. Nope, don't care.
Alarms have been triggered. You need to retrieve that data before the data destruction is complete. Data integrity verified. Retrieval was successful. We have everything we came for. Get to extraction.
Well, dagnabbit. Alright. So we got 300 plastids, which is good because we needed some plastids. We're almost done with our rep for the day. Now, we're going to go ahead and put this back on public. We're also going to go over here because we're going to do the all momentarily. But I'm going to take a moment and pour myself some more drink. I know, it's not as sexy as doing Fortuna, but we have things we need to do. Wow. Wow, there are a lot of people streaming Warframe right now. I can't say I blame them. Wow. Wow, there are a lot of people streaming. Good grief. Alright, well. Give me just a moment here, dear viewer. Alright, we're back. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and do Baal.
Eliminate all Corpus threats.
Okay, and they want swords kills, so... Alright, so, this is one of the first things that I learned about this map. You want to go this way. I've done this particular section of map so many times, I can't even begin to tell you. I'm not quite sure how to describe it other than really a lot. All right. Now, fortunately, our current oh, you're not dead. Well, let's fix that. Fortunately, our current set of mods in our Atomos cuts through these guys like butter. Because gas damage goes right through shields. And electric damage reduces shields. Not as much as magnetic would, but still. Yeah, you'll notice we're cutting through them pretty quick with this thing. I'm Rhino, I don't care. They're like, shoot him a lot! I'm like, I'm Rhino, I don't care. I have literal thousands of armor. I don't care. Oh.
They spotted you.
I don't care. Or rather, I am pleased that they spotted me. Tell them I'm here. Tell them I'm coming for them.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
We were almost to extraction before we were technically spotted, probably because we kept killing everyone. Probably because death is the ultimate form of crowd control and keeping them from spotting us. Seems like I should have gotten another drop by now, but maybe not. Okay, so we have access to another section of the void. We'll come back and do this later, because we want to go and do more of... Wait. Is Jupiter higher level than... No, okay. So, we're going to want to switch loadouts, but before we do, we're going to want to go back to... set this back to our other... our other weapon combos, because we want to make sure let's see here. Give me just a moment there, viewer. I need to step away for just a second, and then I will be right back. Alright, I'm back again. Okay, so... Do we have anything else we can put on here? Not really. Put reach on here. Although, given how much reach it actually has, do we want to do Fury instead? That is a possibility. I think we're going to do Fury because faster attack speed means more damage. Alright, so we're going to go back to Jupiter and we're going to do this sabotage mission.
Your target is the system mainframe. Deliver the payload.
Really? Oh, down. Okay. Really? Well, they want me to get 30 kills. We're definitely going to do that. Huh. Normally this system directs me the long way around. This time it's like, nope, you're... just go straight this way. Oh, right. It made me drop that when I changed to...
The alarms have triggered a burst out.
Okay, we're not going to stand around and fight that thing.
Your target is this location's computer system. Find and access the terminals. Your target is the reactor. The reactor will have tight security. Watch out for enemy patrols. Okay, you're looking for the mainframe. It's critical that you deliver the payload to that location.
We've decided you're bad for business.
Well, fortunately, they sent me Corpus enemies on a Corpus mission against Volt, who's already like, haha, Corpus. Oh, we need to reach the reactor. Okay. Right, this is a sabotage, not a mobile defense. I need to pay more attention. Like they finally got a clue about my movement abilities. And no, I'm not the best at the parkour in this game, but I'm pretty decent.
Target found. Destroy it. Target destroyed. Proceed to the extraction point.
Wow, really? Lock down. Interesting. I'm getting credit for the death of enemies due to my sabotage being successful. That's nice. All right. And I think that's the maximum for our rep for the day, but that's fine. So we got the new mod that they gave us for Sentinels. That was one of the changes that they made, and I think it was this last hotfix actually, or not the one yesterday. Let's see here. We'll put that on there. Yeah. And then we'll put, where did it go? We'll put this on here, and it costs nothing. Just fine. Okay. Oh. Yeah, we should do that if we can. Okay. Still not a whole lot we can put on here. We could put Vital Sense on here, though. Or Point Strike. Because... Oh, no, that's what we can put on here. We can put Vigilante Armaments on here. That's worth it. Alright. Still not a lot we can put on here. Yeah, that's the thing about grinding weapons. There's a reason why they are MR fodder.
We'll fix that for you.
Yeah, no, we're gonna do this.
You have loyalty issues, Tenno. My Zanuka project will...
Oh, hush up, Alad. Usually you'll run into somebody on this mission because
The VIP that
boss
belongs
missions
here,
are
find
fairly
them and take them out.
are a fairly reliable place to find other players.
Alad V's newest prototype is a monstrosity forged from the bodies of
Oh,
our
okay.
fallen Tenno. We cannot allow Zanuka to go into full production. Destroy Alad V and his horrid pet.
Oh, have you come to make a donation to my newest enterprise? Excellent. Please report to my lab for reconstruction.
You're on the sensors now. You've been detected.
Don't care. I probably should have switched back over to my anti-corpus build, but it's okay.
Be careful, Tenno. Zanuka
Since this
has
is an
all the
assassination
power of the
mission,
Warframe
in
with a full
general,
complement of mods.
everything else is a waste of time. We don't want to spend any more time fighting random enemies than we absolutely have to.
The alarms have triggered Versa.
Yeah, normally I'd go back for a Cephalon fragment, but right now I just don't care that much. Wait, can we literally just...
Loyalty issues, Tenno. My Zanuka project will fix that for you. Oh, I've been looking all over for you, Tenno. Come, let me show you my new venture. I think you'd be a perfect fit. Oh, if it's your friends you're looking for, you're welcome to place a bid for my newest.
Okay, so, the way this fight works is, as long as Zanuka is alive,
You've located the VIP. Time to go to work.
you can't really kill Alad V. You can injure him, but you can't kill him.
Actually, come to think of it, Zanuka is many of you.
That was actually an excellent example of how mag can be very useful, because that was a mag bubble.
Nice work taking down the VIP. Now get to extraction.
Mag put her bubble first on Alad V, which we then proceeded to sauce with our shotgun. And then put her bubble on Zanuka, which then we proceeded to sauce with our shotgun. It worked very well.
They won't be bothering us anymore. Let's get out of here.
So we got two neural sensors, we got the Valkyrie neuroptics, and we got Alad V's sigil. All very good. All right. Hello, Stalker. You can go take a flying leap. All right. So we're going to go back to our grinding build. And we're going to go do IO. So there are almost always squads running. Let's see here. We need to complete the new Strange, which we're going to take our time on because we are at our daily cap with Samaris, and we want to milk that for as much rep as we can. So we are kind of stymied. That's okay though. We're going to go do IO. Not only is... So, earlier I was explaining how with endless missions like defense, there is an A, B, C rotation, right? So, the first two reward cycles on IO, waves 1 through 5 and waves 6 through 10, they're the A cycle. The thing is, the drop table for IO is... the A cycle is very, very high on Meso relics. So if you need to farm Meso relics, this is the place to do it. And that's why, generally speaking, you can almost always find a crew doing IO. Also, it's not a bad place to hunt for Oxium, and it's not a bad place to hunt for neural sensors, which we need a couple of neural sensors.
The enemy is at our doorstep. You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
I'm hoping some people will join us, so I'm going to take my sweet time and open all of the cases while we wait. Or all of the lockers. Because I don't want to have to do more. I don't want to have to do this solo if I can avoid it. Of course, that is the downside of being an insomniac and playing in the middle of the night, or for some value of middle of the night, is that sometimes there just aren't other people on, or they aren't doing the content you were doing. Nope, looks like we got everything we can get. Alright, I guess we're going to have to get this show started and hope some people show up. Fortunately, Volt's okay at defense missions because he can just do that. Hey, there we go. Somebody joined us. That's good. All right. Like manna from heaven. You'll notice now that there's a full group of us that there are a lot more enemies. That's to be expected. Enemy count scales with group size. And it looks like somebody is playing Equinox or Nuquinox as we sometimes refer to her as. We are eventually going to farm Equinox, but she comes from the next planet, from Saturn. I think it's Saturn. No, wait, I think it's Uranus now that I think about it. And yes, that is the correct pronunciation. It's Uranus or Uranus. And that's your grammar fascist lesson for the day. See, this is what I like. Now that there's a whole bunch more enemies, it actually works in our favor because our fourth ability works better when there are more enemies for it to bounce off of. Yeah, that's right. Saturn is Ember. Which, honestly, I think is way too late for them to be giving us Ember. But given the number of people who are streaming Warframe right now, there's a pretty fair chance that these are some of my fellow streamers. That we are making guest appearances on each other's streams without even knowing it.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity.
Because Rotations A drops so many Meso relics, generally speaking, we end up doing a lot of... You end up doing 2 rotations and then leaving, as opposed to most missions where you do 1 and then leave. So, because this is a good spot for Meso relics, for Oxium, gives reasonably good experience. And neural sensors, we may spend a little bit of time grinding here. Although so far only 1 neural sensor, which is sad. Attack their ships enough and they start equipping them with weapons to try and discourage you. We are not discouraged. We are Tenno. We are undaunted. Yeah, you can tell somebody. You can tell some of these people are grinding. That was delicious. I keep going to reload and then remembering I'm using a melee weapon, it doesn't run out of ammo. Oh no, apparently they do. There are some things down here I can pick up. Ooh, there we go. Neural sensors, yes! Bursts are almost always a sign that it's about over. Alright, so we're going to extract.
That's the last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go home.
So here's what I think we're going to do. We are going to take some time to get these weapons up to maximum rank. And then we're going to spend some time leveling Haro. Let's see here. Okay. Or actually... Alright, what do we have? Oh, yes. Yes, that's right. We have... So a lot of the neuroptics take neural sensors, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to get them so badly. But the first thing we're going to build is another reactor, because we're going to need them. Especially if we're going to grind Equinox, because since we're not buying Equinox, we're going to need to stick a catalyst in, or reactor in Equinox. And we're also going to build a Forma. Insufficient credits. Okay. Then it's not ready to build, is it? Alright, then we're also going to do that because we're going to need some credits. I need a quick bio break, so I will be back in a few minutes. Oh dear. I hit the wrong thing. I will be back in a couple of minutes. My apologies for the delay, dear viewer. I decided to take a moment and heat up some food. Alright, so there is going to be a slight additional delay in terms of us going and doing anything. Oh dear. Is it still not picking up? Oh no, it is. Okay. Good. So there is going to be a bit of an additional delay before we head out and go back to doing some missions, because I need to take a few moments to eat something. Because if I don't eat regularly, I get cranky. You wouldn't like me when I'm cranky. Alright, so also something else that we need to check out. And I apologize, there may be some crunching on the stream because I'm going to be eating some crackers with my soup. But something else we need to check out is I think I squirreled away some rep items that I need to go turn in. And indeed I did. That's some good soup. Okay. Also, what time is it out on the plains? It's sunrise. Okay. So we're not going to go... We're not going to go grind for Cetus Rep because we have come to the point in our progression of these things that the fastest way to get Cetus Rep is to fish. And the fish that we want
If you have any
to...
fish to spare, I will see they reach the tables of our poor and infirm.
Really?
Now this is something special, a rare catch.
So these are mercury. They can be caught in the oceans during the day or at night. It works either way. However, it is much easier to do at night because there are fewer other assorted fish around. So we're going to want to do that at night. Also, we get less enemies at night, which means we won't have the Grineer attacking us and firebombing the area while we're trying to fish. So, and these do require a special bait, and they require a little doing, but they are by far the easiest way to get Cetus Rep at this point. So we are going to provide them for a good chunk of our rep.
People acknowledge your generosity, Tenno. Feed yourself and the ones you love. Spears,
Also,
You
gonna
pay
head
me
over to
in
Kanzu.
rent, I pay you in silver. It would be my honor.
We still got a fair ways to go.
Grace.
But we have most of the things that we need for Trusted, which, once we get up to this rank, we can gild our Zaw, and that's really important because we really want to do that. But for now,
See you again, eh? Tenno?
we're going to go ahead and leave Cetus. And I do really wish that there was a way to... really wish there was a way without going over to the map and mousing over it to tell whether it's day or night on Cetus, but there isn't one. It's one of those things, one of those quality of life changes I wish they would put in here. Give me just a moment while I'm having something to eat. I'm going to look up a couple of things real quick. I know it's not the most exciting viewing, but a man's got to eat. Sorry, do let me know if the crunching gets too loud. Yeah, I was going to look at it. Don't mind me, as it says on the title, I'm pondering how we should spend our 1,000 platinum. What is the most effective way to spend our 1,000 platinum? Or now 813 platinum. As I said, I'm investigating some things, thinking about some things. Okay. Apparently I did fine. Pardon me, dear viewer. I will endeavor to eat faster, but one can't eat too fast or one will ruin one's digestions. I'd forgotten that we had the Valkyr. We got the Valkyr blueprint as a login reward. There's nice. Guard chassis, guard neuroptics. I also find it very interesting that if you look at if you look at the shape in the voxels over here, I guess, you can kind of see the Atarax being assembled. Will it even... No, it won't even show us what is required for the Oranos Junction. Okay. I know one of the things that's required for the Neptune Junction, because Oranos is when we get where things start really getting interesting. Let's see here. Alright, so we could also do the Limbo Theorem. I don't know if hopping between quests resets the... No, we'll just leave it on the New Strange because we need to do that. Excuse me. I am very much enjoying my quick meal here. I am trying to make it quick. Okay, so actually, let me check and see how many people in our clan are on. It's the nice thing about having a clan that is all over the world is there is almost always somebody on. And especially right now. Still, I think we're going to go back to IO and do some more grinding. Because we really want neural sensors. They are a very commonly needed material, and we want them.
You must defend our
That's right, I'm so used to blowing through here and nothing flat that as long as it is... Oh, okay. Compacted salvage. More compacted salvage. Alright, we're gonna see if we can't find some... Ooh. Goodness. I really do think that they increased the amount of amber stars that drop just generally. I mean, I know they put in a recipe for I-10 amber stars into the game anyway, because a lot of people in arbitrations were finding that they ran out of amber stars. But I've also noticed that there just seems to be a much higher drop rate these days than there used to be. Like mana from heaven. Ah, somebody has Garuta. I hadn't even thought about it. Man, that's a beautiful thing. So, on my testbed account, by the time I got... Wow, really? That guy came. By the time I got Volt, I kind of missed out on the easy stuff. So, I really underestimated how powerful he can be at lower levels.
Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
He's actually a he's pretty strong frame. You all came in under the protection of a nullifier bubble thinking that was going to keep you safe. You were wrong. Oh, good grief. They want headshots? Yeah, not happening this go around. Sorry. We're doing good on energy. Although, I'll give this guy credit. He is selling hard for the please stay past 20. Those Oxium Ospreys are one of the few Corpus enemies that have armor. And we just do not have the punch on this weapon to deal with that, unfortunately. Oh, that was the end of Wave 10, I think. Oh, no, this is the beginning of Wave 10. Okay, he's doing that. We're gonna do this.
We're done here. The extraction team will take over from here. Time to evacuate.
Well, that's interesting. Okay, so let's check and see if there's anything good we can put into our weapons. Not really. Honestly, gotta ask myself why I'm bothering. I'm curious how this is going to get changed in the upcoming melee change. I feel like we should have gotten another Twitch drop by now, but since some of the people I've been watching on Twitch have gone offline and it is swapped around a little bit, I think it may not be qualifying. It may have changed when the hour mark is. It was sunset earlier, so it's still day on Earth. Oh, nice.
position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
Ooh. Always nice when they give us neural sensors. Really? Bad Rhino, no biscuit. Alright, so we have a Nova, and one of the things that Nova does is put an aura around enemies that makes them explode when they die, which sets off kind of chain reactions of things dying. There we go. I knew I forgot something. Oh. Nice, more neural sensors. Delightful. Oh, and it's worth mentioning, as with most Warframe abilities, Nova's special ability to cause enemies to explode doesn't hurt her fellow Tenno. It only hurts enemies. Which is, you know, good. Wow, somebody's got a lot of range on that build. I'll admit I'm not super enthralled with Nova, but given that her prime is being unvaulted early next week, we may see about going and grinding for her. Unless, of course, the unvaulting, for some reason, doesn't include putting her back on the drop table, which would make me sad. I consider it unlikely, but stranger things have happened. D is generally smarter than that, though. Like dominoes, they all fell. Alright, beginning of wave 5. Oh, was collect energy. We already did that. Okay.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
6 neural sensors. Very nice. That is a very nice haul. Alright. Just running around collecting resources. Kinda cool. We're already on wave 8. This is going splendidly. Alright. Like I've said previously, these guys don't react too well to electrical overloads. I love it when they open up and just dump enemies right on us. Oh wait, they're dead. Yeah, because they're so heavily protected by their shields, nullifiers are not very tough and can usually be taken out by one good melee hit. All right. That was pretty spiffy.
That's the last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go home.
7 neural sensors. That was not bad at all. And we had the highest damage. The lowest damage taken, which is weird because there was a rhino. And the most total kills. Not too shabby. Oh yeah, we need to do that. Excuse me. Don't mind me, I'm thinking about some things. And what I'm thinking is, instead of spending 35,000 credits and resources we have precious few of for some forma, I am going to just buy another 3-pack. Because for 35 platinum, that's a very good deal. Okay, we're going to remove this from the wish list because we have him now. How much is this color pack again? 169 for 3 color palettes. I recall they're each 100 normally. We're going to go check that. Crap, I need to go see, I need to go remind myself what's in that package. I know one of them is infested. What's the other two? Grenier, infested, and smoke. Okay. Smoke's nice because it has because it has real, honest to goodness black. Let's see, Grenier is 75. Infested is 75. And smoke is 75. This is why I always keep a calculator around. I'm bad at math. Okay, yeah, that is a pretty large discount. Pretty fair discount. And then I know the rest of Classic. Okay, Classic is 75. Yeah, sadly you can't. And this is 100 as I recall. Okay. Are they all 75? Because the others are Storm, Fire, and Ice. Fire, 75. Okay, all of the color palettes seem to be 75, so... Okay. So that's what? Probably a 25% discount if you buy them in the pack, and if you buy them in the color pack. Okay. So, now that we have... Let's see here. We initiated with Cephalon Suda. And we'll be able to initiate reasonably soon with... excuse me. With Arbiters of Hexes. I need to go check and see what they want next. I think they're at the Forma level, though. If we can do both of those things, though, we're going to be okay. So, okay. So, we are going to change the polarity of this slot to better match Energy Siphon, which will give us more capacity as it stands right now. I love how they make it like it's optional. Okay, so we're also going to be ranking up our Volt again. But, by the way, 90% of the time, the first change you are going to want to make with a Forma to a Warframe is changing its aura slot from whatever it is to begin with to a dash. Obviously, if it already came with a dash, then you don't need to do that. But in this particular case, we went from having give us only 5 extra capacity at, because the polarity was wrong, to having it give us 14 extra capacity, which is very nice. Okay, we've got stretch. And yes, I think I'd rather have flow on here than streamline, even though streamline is good. Ooh, do I want fatality instead? Because that'll keep me from getting killed as much. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to do that first. Because it makes us less squishy. not squishy, because we're still squishy, but less squishy. Okay. I'm going to take a moment here and have a quick snack. Yes, I brought myself a snack in addition to a meal because, well, you know, sometimes you need a snack. Alright. Pardon me. Enjoying my snack real quick. Okay. Sorry for all the crunching. But as I said before, man's got to eat. Okay. So, back at it.
The enemy is at our doorstep. You must defend our equipment until reinforcements arrive.
Back to salvage. Apparently we're getting the farming community right now, because we are spending a lot of time running around collecting materials. Ooh, somebody has a Loki Prime. As I said earlier, Loki is an excellent Warframe. His Prime is even better. Wow. This is going to be interesting. By the way, this is what we affectionately refer to as spin to win. Because slide attacks do more damage in melee. Okay. That time we got good results. Oh, crud. This stalker on somebody? Is it me? Or is it somebody else? It's somebody else. Yeah, so that was the run-in with Stalker. It's no fun when, especially when nobody in the group is apparently ready for it. I was a little surprised simply because if it was me, I am not kidding. I think out of all of the time Stalker has attacked me, I've been in a public session once. He always seems to know when I am stuck in a mission solo, either because nobody else is doing it, or because it's a mission I chose to do solo.
continue to defend, you will be rewarded for your bravery.
How are we doing here? Needs work. Okay. Wow. Already then. Ah, crap. Yeah, there's a definite and noticeable change in toughness from where we were to where we are now. I mean, I always knew Volt was squishy, but dang. That's our shield. Ah, a neural sensor, that's good. Oh, our Taxon is dead. Okay. Really? Got an endo out of the last several of these. That's bad.
We're done here. The extraction team will take over from here. Time to evacuate.
Okay, so we're almost done with the with the Mark 1 bow. And we're getting close on the Accolado and the Mark 1 Paris. Okay, we've got intensify and stretch and continuity. We're definitely keeping vitality because we are really squishy right now. We could do that. That's kind of a stopgap. Because it's nowhere near as good, but it's a lot less, and it's a lot less of a cost. It fits in what we have right now. So that is a very temporary fix, but it'll help us out a little bit. Also, abilities. Okay, so this has actually gone up to rank 1, from unranked to rank 1. Next increase is at rank 14. Solid enough. I do often find the view out the front window to be very interesting. Let's check, is it? Nope, it's still daytime on Earth. Okay. Or I should say daytime in Cetus. Okay, so get melee kills. We can do that. Oh, that's right, our Taxon is back alive. Yes, I am actually that concerned about whether or not there was anything good down here. Specifically neural sensors. Although, let's be honest, 100 affinity, not bad.
Continue to
I didn't
defend.
realize that we were that far into the first set of waves. Okay. Okay, we're at rank 9 with our Volt, which means one more rank before we have our fourth ability back. Discharge. Interesting. I feel like we're earning more experience this time around than we did last time. Ooh. sometimes you just get caught. At that time we got 2 Mesa relics, that's good.
Objective is secure. Let's go home.
Alright, so we're done with the Mark 1 bow. We're at rank 11 on Volt. Okay, so is there anything else that can be purchased for straight up credits? As I recall, there's the Mark 1 Furex. I don't remember if we did that one already or not. I don't think we did. Okay. Man, those things are ugly. But we will purchase them because they are... Because that way we don't have to deal with the build time. So we'll equip these. Oh, okay. The Zal was still there. Don't think we do. We have, in fact, we have 2 stances. Excellent. So mods. We'll go with this one, and we will max it out. The big problem with fist weapons is their stunning lack of range. Still, they can be a lot of fun. Alright, so the very first thing is going to be pressure point. And then we're going to be adding reach because we need it. And then we're going to sell the Mark 1 bow. Oh, right. I mean, as ugly as these things are, not a lot is going to help them, but... need to fashion it up at least some. Okay. Not quite enough. Next rank. So we got 12 neural sensors. We're almost out of neurodes. What do we got over here? Exterminate, spy, exterminate. Seriously, there's no meso fissures? I mean, not even ones we can't get to, just none? That's weird. Alright, we're going to do just a little bit. Ooh. Now we're going to do a little bit of cash grinding, or I should say credit grinding. Oh, that's right. We can just do this. Wow, those really are terrible.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now or continue fighting? That's the last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go home.
Okay. So we're going to do that again. Okay, interesting. Excuse me. Always learning new stuff in this game. That is really very sad.
Extraction is ready. Unless you can handle more, we're done here. The extraction team will take over from here. Time to
Okay.
evacuate.
Aiding Endo isn't bad. That reminds me. Okay, well. Maybe that change is caught up in committee or something. I don't know. We haven't gotten a Twitch drop in a while. We should have, but we'll see. Oh. We can do this, though. Which is good. And then the next is going to be Streamline. Oh, okay. That's not bad, honestly. A 60% crit rate is not bad. We'll put that on there. Not that it's very good, but it'll work for now. Man, those Fearix are ugly. Okay, that's better. I can't wait until until either I can go and get a fetch mod myself or the price comes down enough to be reasonable. Oh, actually, probably won't. Probably not, but. Okay, we're gonna go do one more round of Simony, just to get us back over 100,000 credits. And then we're going to go do some more IO. I love how we got struck by lightning as Volt. I can't decide if that's ironic or appropriate. That gap always looks like you should be able to get through it, but you can't. Ooh, Arkansas. Father. I don't know what keeps happening with my mouse, but I went through the entire summer without having a problem, and now it gets this weird thing where it's not, I don't know, it decides it's not connected or something. Very annoying.
Reinforcements available. Do you choose to leave now? That's the last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go home.
Okay. Still got a couple more ranks, but that's okay. So we're going to go back to Io, and we're going to do a little bit of grinding, unless it's nighttime on. Ooh, it is. Okay. So we're actually going to go do... We're going to go get some Cetus rep. Because nighttime is the best time to fish for Mercury. And Mercury are absolutely the best way to get rep with Cetus. They're in that nice sweet spot where they're not so expensive to make the material, to make the bait that you don't want to do it. But they're also, they give very good rep for the effort. In fact, there's kind of two tiers of fish that give rep. The fish that give almost nothing, and the fish that give a whole lot. And Mercury are in the second tier. So we're going to go get some Cetus rep by doing some fishing. And the nice thing about Volt for doing fishing for Cetus rep is you can use the basic spear because you don't need anything else. Unfortunately, we got these guys who we cannot fight at the moment because we do not have we're not far enough in the story to have the thing that we would need to fight them. So I'm going to see if I can't run around and run away from them. Nope. They're still over here. Man, I don't want to have to leave and come back, but unfortunately, we can't fish with these guys shooting at us because they'll just kill us. Shame, because there's a nice hot spot right there. But we're just going to go back to the orbiter. Try again. Once we get to a certain point in the storyline, we will be able to kill those guys. But for right now, all we can do is run away. That makes me sad, but there it is. Now see, the Grenier are easy to run away from because they don't want to stray too far, and they're not usually over in this area. And honestly, usually neither are the Vomvalists, but for some reason there was a set. Okay, it looks like we're good this time. Okay, so this is a fishing hotspot. And what you want to do is you want to put on your fishing spear and then throw. So this is the only bait we have. It's the Mercury bait. You won't find them without it. But you throw this into the hot spot. And the other thing we have is dye, which makes the fish more visible. And then you wait. And this is what a Mercury outline looks like. Ooh, there's a big one. Now, fortunately, Mercury can be caught with the basic spear anyway, but I always use Volt for my fishing just because it makes things easier. So, those are Cupola. They are... You want them for their parts, they're not worth anything for Cetus reputation. Mercury, on the other hand, are worth a whole bunch of reputation. So you want to catch every Mercury that you can. The ideal angle to try and hit them from is above, but it doesn't always work out that way. Also, the spear has travel time. Fortunately, we can do this. The other nice thing about ocean fishing is... Ooh, hello, big boy. Is if you accidentally find yourself touching the water. So, in the big lake outside to the right of Cetus and in all of the little ponds at night, the water gives you magnetic procs. The ocean doesn't do that. So, and the amount of rep that the Mercury gives you is entirely dependent on its size. The bigger the Mercury, the more reputation it gives you. The basic, the teeny tiny ones though are still worth, I believe it's 225 rep. The middle ones are worth somewhere in between. I think the big ones, the large ones, are worth 500 rep. So in a decent night's fishing for Mercury, you can get, well, since we're MR6, our maximum amount of standing in a day is 7,000. You can easily fish up in one good evening 7,000 reputation worth of Mercury. In fact, the last time I was fishing, I fished up not quite 2 full days worth of reputation. So, yeah. Mercury are very definitely the best way to get rep with Cetus once you have access to their... once you have access to their bait. They're not hard to... their bait isn't hard to make either. Technically, their bait does require parts from 3 different fish, but they're all fish that are easy to find. There we go. Alright. Nope, our hotspot's still going. Ah, delightful. Ain't nothing like catching a gigantic Mercury. I do find that when you're roughly the same level with them, throwing it kind of underhand can be really good, but you have to aim a little above them because of the way the spear travels. And obviously standing out on a rock can help. And yes, you can, because this kind of fishing is based off of damage, you can get a critical hit if you hit the fish in question just right. Or if, say, you have some sort of outside buff that gives you a crit bonus. Looks like our bait ran out. So, when you're doing day fishing, you can get away without using the dye, but if you are doing night fishing like we're doing, then you very definitely need to use the dye, because otherwise the fish are really hard to see. There we go. And yes, if you miss, you can occasionally fish up a boot. Interestingly enough, the boots sell for 5,000 credits, which is weird, but there it is. Looks like our hotspot went away. That happens sometimes. Fortunately, there's usually, not always, but usually a hotspot over here. Nope, doesn't look like it right now. Okay, so if there's no hotspot over there and no hotspot over there, then, and you know what, I should have done this earlier. We can put on our Archwing, fly up. Oh no, there is a hotspot over there. Delightful. And normally you have to select the fishing spear from the wheel, but I have it hotkeyed because I do a fair amount of fishing. Ooh. Big old mercury. And there we go. I love that. You can also stand in shallow water or over on these rocks. These are also a pretty decent place for seeing if you can catch fish, though sometimes you are far enough away that you can't really see them. Oh, don't tell me that hotspot went away too. No, it's still there. It just looks like I threw it in the wrong place. So how are we doing, fellow insomniacs? Mercury. Okay, I swear I hit that sucker straight on. Did anybody else see that? I swear I hit that thing straight on. Okay, that time I wasn't even close. That one was totally on me. Okay, so hotspot's still there. So we are still gonna fish. Ooh. Okay, that time I got him. By the way, you can always tell by the little musical sting afterwards. Even if you didn't look, you can tell what size mercury or what size fish you caught. That was a large one. You get a little bit of triumphant music for a small. You get a slightly longer cue for a medium, and for a large, you get the really long-lasting musical cue. Like, yeah, you did awesome. See, that was the you did okay cue. How many mercury have we caught? 14 small, 6 large, and 5 medium. Okay. We're going to go until this bait and dye run out. And then we're going to turn in and see what we got. Is the stream lagging? Because it kind of because on my display it looks like maybe it's lagging a little bit. Interesting. Ah, the hotspot went away. Okay. Well then, we're going to go ahead and go turn in. Because we already turned in a bunch of fish for reputation earlier. So, fast travel, Fisher High Look.
Day's fishing's better than a good day working. We have many who go without. A fish or two would make their dinner table.
Well, that's nice. If you hover over them, it'll tell you what they're worth. Okay. So, I was wrong. A small mercury is worth 500. A medium is worth 650, and a large is worth 1,000 reputation. And let's see, we have 1,500 or 1,625. Wait, so 1 large and 1
This is something special, a rare catch.
medium, and that should take us to our daily limit. That's nice. I'm glad they added this to the interface, and as you can see, so this is a small cupola, and it's worth 50 rep. Yeah.
These will be received grateful. I find a use for every part of the beast.
So we will cut that cupola.
That was expertly done.
For bait. And just so that you know, okay, so the luminous dye you can pick up without any standing whatsoever. Or I should say without having this, you can pick up if you are brand new, just starting out, don't have any Ostron. You have to have enough standing to do this, but you don't have to be any rank with Ostron. You can be neutral with them, and you can pick up the Luminos dye, as well as the Lanzo spear. If you're using Volt, you don't need any of the other spears. That's the only spear that you need, because Volt's passive to build up damage will let you totally get around that. Now, the Mercury bait does require visitor standing. So you have to get to that point. But once you get it, and obviously I already have that, you can buy this once for 5,000 standing. Sadly, you can't take it as your free gift when you get to visitor. I tried, it won't let you. But you have to get 5,000 standing. But once you get it, it is absolutely the best way to get standing. Way down here you have, this is the most expensive and difficult fish to get. And I looked, at least according to the wiki, it doesn't give you any more reputation for turning in than the Mercury does. So, fish up the Mercury and use that for standing.
Check back tomorrow. New stock regularly.
Alright, so we're going to leave Cetus. And speaking of bait, since we're down to 5 of each, we are going to make up some more. So, this is part of the reason why I always cut up all of the cupola that I get, because cupola spleen is one of the ingredients for Mercury bait. The other one is Trolloc eyes, which you can find at the ocean shore during the day, and it's only during the day. So that's why we fish for Mercury at night, because you can find the Mercury day or night, but you'll only get during the day, you'll get Mercury or Trolloc or cupola. At night you won't have to worry about the Trolloc. And then the mortis horn you can find in puddles, or I should say ponds, during the day. Probably the easiest place to find is in the pond just to the left of Cetus with the geyser in it. You can find them during the day, but they're much easier to find at night. And in particular, since those ponds tend to be relatively shallow, if the lighting is good and your timing is right, you may not even need the dye in order to fish them up. So we're going to make some of these, and we are going to make some of these. And as you can see, well, as you could see, and since it only takes a couple of minutes, I'm going to pour myself a drink while we're waiting. But the dye takes iridite, which is a mineral resource you will find all around Cetus. I haven't even been trying that hard to get iridite, and I've got a little over 100 of them. And ferrite, which is a really common crafting material. It drops all over the place. Alright, pouring myself a drink here. And in any case, since we have not only enough rep for today, but I think enough rep for tomorrow as well, we are going to go ahead and let that craft in peace. And we are going to head back to doing some grinding. Because okay, so the quest that we're currently on is the new Strange, but we're taking our time because we already hit our daily rep cap with Samaris, and we definitely want to make sure that we get that we milk this for all the rep that we can, because we need to get the soul battery so that we can... The soul battery widget, which Samaris will sell you for 50,000 rep with him, makes it so that your scanners no longer have charges. They have infinite use. A, that makes it much easier to do his particular missions, and B, it lets you use Helios as your companion and have it fill up your codex with all kinds of new spiffiness. Let's see here. Yeah, 100 endo isn't really worth doing. Let's see here. Really? Mobile defense, spy, or mobile defense. And then spy, exterminate, or exterminate. Although this is going to change in a few minutes. Okay, so we're going to go back to IO and go back to trying to farm neural sensors, because we can always use more neural sensors. We've only got about 12 of them. And we always need more. Oh sweet, our special task is get kills. Oh, we've got a Necros. That's nice. That's going to help keep us alive. Stop doing that. Oh, we've got two of them. Okay. Sorry, running around doing stuff. If you have any new player questions, let me know. I will do my best to answer them. Okay. Ooh. Free kills. They were not prepared. Oh no. That's right, we're only at wave 5. We're gonna go to wave 10.
Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
And the reason we're going to wave 10 is because Io has a very high chance to drop Mesa relics as their reward. Wow, that's gonna be terrible. Okay. Okay, somebody got that nullifier. Okay, now Cross, if you really feel the need to get all the kills, also, since this is a small map, we're almost always within affinity range of each other, which means whenever one of us gets a kill, we all get credit for it, or at least affinity for it. Alright. Fortunately, there are plenty of health orbs lying around to help us. Survive little run-ins like that. Ooh, endo, always good. Yeah, fortunately nullifiers are fairly fragile. That's a burst. That is not fragile. Okay, so we're gonna extract.
That's the last of them. Objective is secure. Let's go home.
Alright. I think since we hit level 15, or rank 15 with our Volt, we're back up to having rank 2 for his first ability, which is Shock. And we can also put our Streamline back on, which is going to help make our abilities much more affordable. Is there anything good we can put on here? We'll put Vital Sense on there for the moment. You know what, since we don't use these, we're not going to bother. And then... Man, it's weird, but these really feel like they need some speed. So we're going to put Fury on them because they just seem like they're really slow. Alright. And back at it once more. So I'm using a regular Volt, and this is somebody with a Volt Prime. They are much fancier than we are. No, not a Speed Volt. Man, some of the names that you see, Tofu Salad. And for the record, while we're definitely not going to say no to the affinity that we're going to get from this, the real reason why we're here is because we want neural sensors. They are a rare resource that drops from Jupiter. And we're going to end up needing a bunch of them, so we may as well do some farming for them now. Oh, I know what that is. Somebody's using the secondary weapon, Pox. They leave these clouds all over the place, and I guess in order to make sure we didn't mistake them for something dangerous to us, they colored them in a color that no enemy faction uses. At least not for their toxic clouds. Oh yeah, that's a noticeable difference. Alright, we got hurt a little bit, but... Oh, right, it was use our fourth ability once, which we totally did. Yeah, so Volt is pretty good at wrecking Corpus enemies because they do not deal well with electrical overload. Their machinery doesn't like it, and frankly, neither do their personnel. Man, those Oxymoth sprays are tough. At least when you're leveling up mediocre gear like we're doing right now for the mastery rank. Fortunately, these guys are dropping a lot of energy, so we're in good shape for the most part. Alright, we're going to go on to wave 10.
Keep fighting. Another opportunity to extract will appear soon.
Yeah, so an interesting note. So Volt's first ability, Shock, is what's called a one-handed ability, which means we can use it and still keep our bow drawn. On the other hand, his fourth ability, which you see me using a lot, the thing where I jump out in the air and kind of a pulse of energy comes out of me, that's a two-handed ability. That'll cancel our bow being pulled back if we use it. Like that. So one of those things worth noting, because it does occasionally matter. When it cancels our draw on our bow, though, it does not cost us an arrow, which is nice, since bow ammunition is relatively difficult to come by compared to the other ammunitions. Bows use the same ammo as snipers, so it is a little bit more difficult to come by. Wow, and we're only on wave 8. Okay. Okay. It looks like we have a Neja. These trails of fire are a thing Neja does. On the one hand, I hate when we get an overpowered speed Volt. On the other hand, at least it's a relatively small map and we're not moving around too much, so... Oh, bother. My mouse keeps giving me this weird glitch where it will fail to function, I unplug it, I plug it back in, it functions again. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and extract.
We're done here. The extraction team will take over from here. Time to evacuate.
Did we get any neural sensors? No. Sad panda. Okay. So we are almost maxed out on our Mark 1 Paris and our AC Lato. And we still got a fair ways to go on our Mark 1 Furix. I do want to point out that this is my grinding build. I use this build specifically because Volt makes up for the less than stellar abilities of the weapons on this build. So, let's see, do we have enough room for anything else on here? Well, we can put Thieves' Whip back on, and then the last thing that's going to go on here is probably going to be redirection, assuming we can fit it. Let's see, we should be able to. Oh yeah. Oh, okay, so we can take off that Vital Sense and put on this Vital Sense, and that way we will hopefully be doing somewhat better damage. Don't even care. So, in case you are unaware, all of the Mark 1 weapons are not very good. We're grinding them strictly for the mastery rank we're going to get out of them, and the entire Lato line, whether it's the regular Lato, the AC Lato, the Lato Vandal, doesn't matter. They're all pretty terrible. This is our Get Things Done loadout, which we're using the Heck, the Atomos, and a Nakana Zaw that we put together, and that's one of the reasons why we're doing Cetus Rep, is because we want to get up to the visitor status so that we can guild this Zaw. Not that it isn't already excellent, but it'll be even better once we guild it. And then this is our stealth loadout, which is... DE was nice enough to give everybody Ash Primes a few months back, and I got one. So we have a stealth frame. We managed to get a Dread blueprint from Stalker. It was our first Stalker kill. That was nice. It is the best bow in the game, in my opinion. A Lex pistol, which is a good early game pistol, and also our Zaw because, well, why not? Because really we need a good melee weapon. We are working on putting together the components for a Dagger Zaw, which will be much better in keeping with the stealthy nature of Ash as a frame. In particular because daggers can use a mod called Covert Lethality, which guarantees a kill if you get a finisher kill, a stealth finisher. So, and then earlier tonight we spent some of our 1,000 platinum to pick up Haro over here, who we have yet to level, but we also have a Vectis Prime because we have Twitch Prime, and it is a very good sniper rifle. Normally it is a mastery rank 14 sniper rifle. We're only mastery rank 6, so that's pretty spiffy. And then also the Atomos and our Zaw. Really, when it comes to melee weapons, Zaws are where it's at right now. Kick guns are still being tested, but Zaws are pretty well worked out, and I have my own general recipe for Zaws if anybody is curious. This weapon is already better than, let's see here, actually, is already better than the Dragon, is already better than the regular Nakana in almost all categories, and is competitive with the Dragon Nakana, which we can't get until Master Rank 8. Hang on a second. And once we guild it, it will be better than the Dragon Nakana, and Zaws don't even have a mastery lockout. We also have the Fang Prime, which Digital Extremes gave us as part of the Twitch Prime drop that's going on currently. If you have Twitch Prime, you can get Fang Prime and the Vectis Prime. Honestly, at the moment, Fang Prime are very pretty looking MR fodder, but hopefully that will change with the Melee 3.0 rework. Oh, wait, I wanted to go back to our grinding loadout. Well, I do think our horror looks very spiffy. Alright, I think I got one more round of IO in me, and then I'm going to have to call it a night. I am planning to be back here tomorrow for even more Warframe streaming. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I will do my best to answer them. Oh, they want melee kills. That's going to be a problem. Oh good, free kills. Yes, you can shock them while they're still in the drop ship. And in fact, you really, really should. Ground finisher. I do have to say, fist weapons have some pretty cool looking ground finishers. Stop helping me. Cool. Ooh, nice. We ranked up. And we got level 3 shock. That's excellent. Our ability to kill our enemy just went up significantly. Not overwhelmingly, but quite noticeably. Hey, neural sensors. Excellent. Okay, and our Aclato just went up to rank 29, which is good. That strongly suggests we may actually be close to being done with them. I do like that Necros. He is totally keeping us in all the energy we could ever want. I hate when you get hit by a wave you couldn't actually see until it hits you. That works too.
Continue to defend. You will be rewarded for your bravery.
Okay, so we have an Atlas running around One Punch Manning it up. We've got a Necros, who is giving us, because of his looting capabilities, is giving us all the energy. And we have a Volt Prime who thinks he's Barry Allen and needs to be the fastest frame alive. And then there's us. We're actually doing pretty good. That guy's over there, so we're gonna go over here. Ah, we've cleared. Excellent. We're gonna see if we can't hoover up some nice loot. Still hoping to get neural sensors, although Oxium and other things are not bad either. There we go. That's the result I was looking for. Your bubble doesn't stop my arrow if I'm in the bubble. I love how they're like, We need to send in reinforcements. Send the dropship. And we're like, we're going to cook them inside the dropship. It's even easier when you have an AoE weapon, but then again, Volt is an AoE weapon. And then sometimes I just have potato aim and can't hit the broadside of the barn. We're doing pretty good, actually, in terms of experience. Alright.
Very impressive, Tenno. You held them all back. Time to get out of here.
We're done with the Accolado. We're almost done with the Mark 1 Paris. We still got a ways to go on the Mark 1 Firax, and we're doing pretty good on our Volt. So, that was not a bad turn at all. Did we get any... We got 2 neural sensors, so that wasn't too bad. And a pretty fair amount of oxy. Alright. Right, we need to claim our fishing supplies. Alright. We've got our Volt Prime building. That's good. Or I should say the parts. By the time I get up in the morning, those should be ready to be claimed, and then we can actually get the Volt Prime itself building. We've got another Orkin reactor building. That's... Oh, we're doing pretty good. Alright, so, before I sign off for the evening, fellow Insomniacs, allow me to say thank you very much for watching. I should be back in probably somewhere around 12 hours, basically right about the time that the game resets, which is 6 p.m. Central Standard Time in the United States of America. You'll have to adjust that for your own time zone. I'm not very good at time zones. And at that point, we will continue to do streams so that we can get some more rep with Samaris and our general rep grinding. And see, what else do we need to do? We need to level up Harrow. And hopefully see what cool Twitch drops we're getting. Oh, that reminds me. Did we get anything? Man, the last Twitch drop we got was a couple of hours ago. That's really annoying. Alright. Oh, yeah. See, are there any other... I believe we did the Mark 1 Furus. I know we did the Sicarus. So I think that just leaves the regular Lado. Yeah, we already did this one. We started with the Mark I kunai, so we already mastered that. Actually, let's just go here. Okay. I know we didn't do the regular Lado because it's not a very good weapon. But as I recall, you have to use it for, let's see here, Bolto. As I recall, yep, the Bolto requires a Lato. So, alrighty then. So we're going to leave off the Lato for the moment. Actually, I know what we're going to do. Yeah, we're going to build this because this combined with the regular bow staff will build into the Taipido, which builds into the Legion, and that is a good progression to do because it eventually gets us the Legion, which is a very good weapon, and it also gets us a lot of mastery along the way. So we're going to set those to build so that hopefully those are ready tomorrow as well. 12 hours. Excellent. And 12 hours. Fantastic. So those should be ready sometime. Oh yeah, those will be ready probably before we get started again tomorrow. All right. So with that, fellow Insomniacs, I'm going to go get some rest, and I will see you all tomorrow.